To order the Westford Conservation Commission meeting for Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. This meeting is being broadcast live by Westford Cable Access TV and recorded for playback online. By participating in this meeting, you're consenting to your likeness and your audio being included in that recording. The first item on the agenda at 7 o'clock is open forum. Do any members of the commission have something for open forum?
What? No.
Oh, I thought you were giving me feedback.
No, I don't have anything.
So nothing for open forum? Sarah, do you have anything?
Just want to mention that the appointment with Bobby's Ranch has been rescheduled to the next meeting, December 11th. So if anyone's here for that, it's going to be held off till next meeting.
Okay. Do any members of the audience have something they'd like to bring up during open forum? Nope. Okay. So the next 7 o'clock agenda item is a continuation of the public hearing for the Town of Westford Library Department project. The applicant has requested to continue the hearing without discussion to December 11th. Can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 11th?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to our other 7 p.m. agenda item, it's continue public hearing and issue order of conditions for Westford Gateway LLC. Was the applicant going to have somebody here for that or not?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. So what they had, as a reminder, last time they had provided us with some information, excuse me, stating that in short, it's not appropriate for commissions to ban the use of fertilizers on agricultural property. So I reached out to the circuit rider, our circuit rider, and she confirmed that. So I made some changes to the prior order of conditions. I also discussed these with Maureen, so we had a phone call and went through the whole thing together. So basically there's just edits to remove references to banning herbicides and pesticides. References to banning herbicides and pesticides were all taken out.
Jim?
I saw where that affected special conditions 22 and 24 that both talked about what fertilizers could be used and all. We took those out. But there's, in the findings, there's still a statement that the applicant's representative said that no pesticides or herbicides are anticipated to be used, but that with future use may be applied, they may be applied per label. That it's like a meaningless statement.
So you mean?
If the fact that they said that they won't use fertilizers last week or 2 weeks ago, they could be using them today, and it would be perfectly, if they're trying to follow the condition. Well, it's not really a finding. What are we finding?
The finding is, I think, is basically a summary of major components of the project as it is at the time it's approved. That it's basically.
Oh, they didn't really make a promise one way or the other.
Well,
they just said that right at the moment they answered our question, they weren't using fertilizer, but they reserved the right to use it any time in the future.
Well,
today's the future.
But the other thing that they had said was that they would always use fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides in accordance with state and federal regulations.
Right, and that has nothing.
Which I think this was was Maureen the one who said provided this?
Yes, because
Okay.
the original finding stated that they would not be using that, but they want to be allowed to use it in the future, and we're not allowed to tell them no.
Right,
So we included
exactly.
a qualifier to.
So what is that? It's not a condition. It's just a finding. And what are we finding? That they are or that they aren't using fertilizers?
Well, it
If they
just,
could,
if they,
That they
well, and
might, if they want to.
maybe
So what's the point?
what we
It's a
clarify
recognition of what
is,
they're doing.
so they don't have the intention, if the situation becomes where they need to, maybe, does it make sense to say, in accordance with state and federal regulations, rather than just per label?
That's the legal aspect, is how what the label indicates for application rates. And that's what they would do anyway.
Okay, so, Okay, let me
It doesn't
think.
say that they will use fertilizer, it doesn't say that they
Well-
won't use fertilizer. They just reserve the right if they want to at any time.
Yes, that's
Yes.
exactly correct.
So-
Okay.
That's
so-
exactly what I think we're trying
So,
to
are you
say.
saying that, well, are you proposing
Saying
that
it's
we
not
strike
necessary
this?
to
Right,
have the
that's what I'm saying,
language.
it's not necessary. Just like we eliminated conditions 22 and 24 about using fertilizers, we took that out because we're not restricting fertilizer use.
No, but if, okay, so what you're making the proposal that says,
That we should take out that
even
finding.
though they said in their initial presentation that they didn't plan to, because they might reverse that in the future, you're saying there's no
Nope.
point in this finding?
No, what I'm saying is they even told us that they reserve the right to use fertilizers
Okay.
anytime they want in the future. And the future was from two weeks ago.
So you're saying,
So they could use it today if they wanted to.
so
what-
you're proposing that this finding actually
Be
adds no
removed.
value,
Right, exactly.
be removed?
That's what I would recommend.
Okay, so, okay, so we're gonna strike that
yes.
finding.
What does per label mean?
Government
label is the law.
regulations and on the bottle, it tells you how much to use per square foot or per acre or whatever.
Or what kind? Does it say what kind?
No,
Is that in here?
no, it's per the instructions for
on each-
on each
Each
type.
individual.
On each
Yeah.
On
package,
each individual.
Yeah,
yeah, whatever the item is,
Right.
the government regulations describe or control how, define how that product should
if
be
you take an
used.
insecticide from a garden store and literally read the label, it'll tell you what the application rate
Okay.
is and all that kind of stuff. And if you follow that instructions, then you should get the behavior and the impact that the item tells you.
Okay, so it doesn't specifically state what they can or cannot use?
True.
Yeah.
And that we learned we
So
can't.
something organic or non-organic would have no impact, well,
Well, it
having no
just,
weight.
Can we say that much?
not
Can we
restricting them
say,
from
can we
either.
restrict them from
Right.
non-organic to organic?
Because they
I-
can use Roundup.
I don't think that would, I'm under the impression that if that were to be appealed, it would not be held up. And so we might not want to,
Okay.
to do anything around pesticides and herbicides. To be safe.
but specifically because this is an agricultural use
Yes, specifically
property,
because it's agriculture.
not,
Yeah.
so this is different than all of the, or the general projects we see, which are personal residences and businesses. This is a separate case. Okay, so, are there any comments or questions from members of the audience? Can I have a motion to approve the order of conditions as amended?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. And we have something to sign?
Yes.
Phew. Moving on to our 7:05. Moving on to our 7:05 PM agenda item. It's a continuation of a public hearing for Zom Living LLC, 37 Powers Road.
Would you prefer to hear from the peer review or applicant first, or is
Doesn't
there a
matter.
difference?
Any thoughts?
Is it okay if we sit together?
Or,
We're colleagues, we know each other.
Doesn't matter.
does anybody have any particular
No.
interest in, okay, so if you think of a logical way to present the information,
Have you had a hearing yet?
Well, this is the second hearing in this
Second
matter.
hearing,
Yeah,
okay.
this is a continued
Well,
hearing.
why don't I tell my side of the story? and
Sure,
then-
absolutely.
And then David can respond to it. So I'm Rich Kirby from LEC Environmental Consultants, and LEC was retained to conduct a peer review of the ANRAD submitted for Zom Living at 37 Powers Road, rather, in Westford. So we reviewed the ANRAD application and reviewed the ANRAD plan that accompanied it, and met out at the site with Hancock and their team and Matthew Salem on October 3rd, and we reviewed the delineations that are shown in the plan. So I don't know if you have the plan up on the screen, but basically there are 3 wetland series, A, B, and C. Wetland Series A is in the bottom left or southwest portion of the site. It's the largest of the 3 wetlands. The B series wetland is in the southeastern portion of the site, and it's just that sort of finger-like projection that
Oh,
comes.
Yeah,
Oh,
Is there a
sorry,
pointer?
yeah, the orange button in the middle.
yellow.
Here you go.
Great. So this is the A series wetland here, and this is the B series wetland. And up here we have a C series wetland. So we started off by reviewing the wetland boundaries. Had a couple of minor changes to the A series wetland. Those are noted in my report. Is this a revised plan?
Yeah, I wanted to point that out. The only modifications we've made to this, and we did submit this earlier today, Rich, I apologize that we didn't send it to you. The only revisions herein were the two wetland flags that you had asked us to revise.
Yeah.
We survey located those and adjusted this on this.
Yep.
And you did point out that there was a potential vernal pool.
Right there.
And we went out and survey located the extent of high water marks that we believe would retain standing water
Okay.
of a duration to support vernal pool species. Those are the two
Great.
changes.
So yeah, we added a couple of, or replaced a couple of flags, A108R and A111R are for replacement. Those flags were up gradient of the flags established by Hancock. The delineation is pretty much along the toe of slope, so there's not a whole lot of room for interpretation. I think they did a reasonable job delineating the wetlands. And then we did note this potential vernal pool contained within the A-series wetland. And we thought it would be good to get that on the plan, at least noting the approximate location, so if they were doing any work within 100 feet, most of the land within 100 feet is wetland. But, you know, they should note that on the plan. But it looks like they just went out and flagged it. Got the flags on the plan, so that's now on the plan. The meat of the matter, however, really is the jurisdiction of these gravel pit ponds. There's 4 of them on the site. There's one here, there's one up here, a larger one here, and then this one up in here. So when we were out at the property on October 3rd, we were talking about those, and I had looked at the definition of the pond and the exemption of the gravel pits. And I cite the regulations in the letter that I prepared. And the language in the Wetlands Protection Act regulations is pretty much identical to the language in the local bylaw, the definition of pond. And I won't read it to you, but basically a pond has to be at least 10,000 square feet. And ponds can be man-made by way of excavation or impoundment or otherwise, it says, but it says notwithstanding this description of what we call ponds, the following human-made bodies of open water shall not be considered ponds. Those include basins or lagoons, which are part of a wastewater treatment plant, which that's not the case here, swimming pools or other impervious human-made basins, not the case here. Individual gravel pits or quarries excavated from upland areas unless inactive for 5 or more consecutive years. So in order to really dial in on letter C, we asked the applicant, we said, hey, look, you've got to look at some historic imagery here and aerials and topographic maps to see what sort of information you can garner to determine, A, have these gravel pits been active for consistently over since they were created, and not dormant for a period of 5 years, and B, were the gravel pit ponds created from uplands or wetlands? So, in an email, Hancock put together a response with some old aerial images, and if you can go back to the letter that I prepared, that would be good, and some old topographic maps. So if we scroll down,
Oops, sorry.
okay, let's start there. This is a historic aerial image from 1952, which shows the parcel. It's totally wooded with the exception of some open area down here. This looks like a pond. That looks like a pond, but I'm not seeing any ponds in this area. This looks like wooded land. If you scroll down to the next image, this is the 1963 image where it shows the gravel pit clearly created. The ponds are created. There's this pond over here. It looks like there's that pond in the top left corner, and then this pond here. So, and then this is the larger pond that I think probably exceeds the 10,000 square foot measurement. If you go to the next image, that is a 1950 USGS topographic map. And there should be a circle on it. Maybe if you scroll, there you go.
yep.
If you zoom in really well into that circle to the sort of bottom, oh boy, how do we get out of that? Exit. Exit, there we go. Okay, so here is the footprint of the gravel pit. And you can see the right-hand side of the property where those gravel pits, where those ponds currently exist, were designated as wetland. So we know these ponds, or at least the larger of the ponds that exceeds the 10,000 square foot area threshold, was not excavated from an upland, it was excavated from a wetland. So therefore, it does not meet the exemption for the definition of pond under the Act regulations or the bylaw. I think we agree on that. The next slide, just
Hard
for,
to align this with the photographs. Where does that wetland actually line up on the property boundaries?
sure, so hold on just a second and I will show you.
But the west is
So
hard to
this pond right here is just off-site. If you go back to the aerial, if you
say.
don't
Free picture, I think, had that in it, right?
Yeah, so this pond is that with the stream coming out of it,
Yep.
is this pond right here. So if we go due east from this image, but if you go back down to the, there you go. If you go due east, we are looking at these two topographic depressions and these wetland areas. So I think the ponds are in the vicinity of these wetland areas, because this is the roadway,
No, is that,
That's
Powers
Powers
Road.
that's
That's
Powers
Powers
Road?
Road.
Okay, yes.
and the site abuts has a lot of frontage on Powers Road. So this is the general vicinity of the gravel pit. So the right-hand side of it had been wetlands before it was converted to the site was wooded. The right-hand or eastern portion of the site along Powers Road had been wetland before the whole site was converted to a gravel pit.
I can't really tell that wetland here lines up with the excavated pit on the photograph.
Well, if we know that the boundary is along the roadway, and we know that we're due east,
South of that.
it's close. At least a portion.
So you're saying it's not a pond, but what's the premise here?
No,
That it's a
are
wetland
you
or?
You're saying it's a pond.
What, no, that's
Oh,
not.
okay.
I'm saying that it doesn't meet the
Exemption.
categorical exemption for not being a pond. In other words, if those gravel pit ponds were clearly excavated from uplands, or there was no indication on any map that there were any wetlands anywhere nearby, I think it would be safe to deduce, and I've had this situation myself on another project, that the gravel pit ponds were created from uplands and therefore exempt. What I'm saying here is that these ponds appear to have been excavated from wetlands and therefore do not meet this particular exemption in the Act regulations or your bylaw.
So this is from 1950 that's showing it as wetlands. The 1963 aerial imagery that shows trees in that location doesn't disprove.
52. This USGS topographic map and the aerial image that shows the wooded site are both from the early 50s. So this is 52. The
This is
aerial
50.
image is 52. This is 1950.
Okay,
So that's showing here that the site is wooded, and the eastern portion of the site.
So they're
is
not
wooded.
exempt as ponds, so
So
where do we,
next
if they're
step
not
two.
exempt as ponds, then where do we go?
Step 2. Hancock Associates, in their email and in their ANRAD application, basically is saying, look, while these and don't forget, correct me if I'm paraphrasing
Fair.
or misstating what you're saying, but my understanding of their position is that these ponds, these gravel pit ponds, were created before the protection of wetlands, before the Hatch Act in the 60s. Or in 72 it was, I think.
I think 68,
68.
talking to Chip Nyland,
Yeah.
he said 68
and
was
then
the date.
72
he
was
uses.
another year, but let's call it 68. It was clearly created in 63 or sometime before 63. And because these ponds, these gravel pit washing ponds were created before the Hatch Act, regardless if they were created from uplands or wetlands, should not be jurisdictional, because they were created before wetlands were protected in Massachusetts.
Oh, I don't know if we buy that.
Well,
You know, I
it's-
can tell you that the one up in the, if we go back to the picture that shows the ponds and those other ponds, I mean, one of those ones up in the corner there was, I think, see the one up in the
This here?
north? Nope, go over to the east.
This?
Keep going.
This?
Which is the large one on the current,
This one,
on
right
the
here.
current
This is
ANRAD,
the
that
large
one?
So is that the one that's under discussion?
Yes, this
It's
is the
one
one,
of
the
four,
other
yep.
ones are less,
We turned into a wetland when they did some other work there, and I thought that that's one that we made sure that certain offsets were kept from that one when we did previous work on the site. And I want to make sure before we start, because I thought there were certain restrictions on some of the ponds that we had in place.
So, because, was, what your comments are tying into work that was done
Previously on this site.
on this site, not off-site?
Well, I don't, it's hard for me to look at this site and I'm looking and I'm thinking, this wetland up here, was this something that we previously said had to be protected based on something else that had happened and on this property?
But have we ever dealt with this property before?
I don't know if this has been subdivided or part of Nardone, or part of a previous application, or,
Or was this something that we looked at when we were reviewing a proposed project off-site, where if this was a wetland, it would have buffer implications for the adjacent parcel?
it was,
or-
it certainly looks like one that we put some protection on in regards to other development that was happening here.
Or you mean the subdivision for the Robbins Way and those other parcels?
Well, back when they turned it all into,
Yeah, when they carved it up
What
for
have you.
Nokia,
Yeah.
Red Hat and all that
all
stuff?
of that.
Okay,
can we go back to the plan?
sure.
Yeah,
Because I'm having a difficulty, when they're referencing that way, a lot has gone on since then. And if I could look,
In terms of whether this has been,
when I'm looking at the, that's the river course, so, they'll call it a water feature, and we kept on going back and forth and back and forth. And they wanted to call it a river, a water feature, and we wanted to call it a stream course.
because
and-
because it was a stream course that had been filled in.
Because they had obliterated it when they did, there was
Okay.
something there before. But I thought as part of that, I remember that big wetland up there. And I thought restrictions were placed on that at the time.
Okay.
that's fair.
So,
So I-
yeah, so what you're saying is there may be some history that we need to look at, related to the subdivision, other activities in the
that have
reach
happened on this
and
property.
subdividing of parcels and such. But, okay, so is there more?
So, well, I think the position that Hancock has taken, we're sort of in uncharted territory. I'm not aware, and I asked around to some folks that would know about case law relative to this particular issue. I'm not familiar, nor are they, about any case law that exists on this issue. I'm not sure this has come up in the past. I don't know if you asked DEP, Northeast Region, if they would give you any guidance or answer, if they even have one, because it's currently at the local level.
So, okay,
Can I, just for point of clarity, Eric, we're not
Trying to get
exempting.
clarification, because I'm looking at this, and I
sure.
know a lot's gone on there.
Right.
And, I'm seeing this by itself, and it's hard for me to, I don't have a good mental picture of this entire site.
and
with
remembering
what went where.
what we've
But
looked
this
at in
looks
the
very
past.
similar to something that, we put restriction on in the past when we were dealing with the stream course and all of that.
Okay,
And this is that stream course, I believe.
yeah, the one along the,
Right.
So just for some, for the public record, David Cowell, I'm the consulting wetland scientist on behalf of the applicant. But one thing, with our initial application, we did cite that this stream watercourse back here was non-regulated because it was a engineered stormwater swale that was constructed after 1997 or 6. But to no avail, the Conservation Commission did provide us with a copy of the order of conditions that was issued to the development north of here, and that order of conditions did monument that the Conservation Commission would retain jurisdiction over this. So we've assented to that. So prior to Rich's peer review, we had already flagged this, which differs from the initial application. So we have recognized that this watercourse back here is jurisdictional with associated setback zones. So the gravel pit ponds, there's one distinct one here, one distinct one here. This one is not distinct. Now, I want to point out that we are not.
Are you considering that a gravel pond?
No, that's
Just
not.
that little thing, maybe that's where I'm getting confused. What you're considering the gravel ponds?
That's where I'm trying to go with
okay.
Eric. There's a channel, forgive me for shaking here, but it runs down this course here, comes across and comes down here. This is a regulated pond. We're stating that this is regulated as a pond or as BVW, right? It's
So that's considered
There's-
a resource.
So it's a wetland,
This-
let's call it or a resource area.
There's an upland berm that goes along this line here. And aside that upland divide between this jurisdictional wetland or water body, there's a channel that has been subject to these gravel pit operations, which is subject to periodic dredging and maintenance, that we're qualifying that this linear channel here down to here is exempt under the gravel pond exemption. And that this line here would be the BVW line or inland bank, whatever you want to call it, with associated buffer zones broadcasted this way.
But that thin strip you're saying
Thin
is
strip,
exempt?
that channel, that's there is a divide at this line where there's,
Actually,
the channel is subject to dredge and maintenance.
Pierre, can you zoom in so that we can read the
Oh, yeah,
labels?
good.
So
Sorry, one more.
this channel in here is what Hancock is saying. is
Oh.
exempt. Now, there is a hydrologic connection between this channel and the larger pond area.
Yep.
So the question is, if you were to delineate the boundary of the pond with this flag, cut across that hydrologic connection, like that, and then follow the berm that separates this larger pond from this channel.
So is the channel just that very thin dashed line?
It's the land between
Between-
Between
this
these two
line
black
and
lines.
this
It's
line.
not line,
Okay,
between those
so
two
that-
lines.
This channel here, it's
Okay.
a, wide channel. If you look at, this is the, this is 50, 7,500, so this is 50, this is 25, so it's, about 30-ish feet wide.
Okay. So that's what we're having this
So
conversation
if it wasn't a
about.
channel, it would still be BVW. It would still be, under our jurisdiction because it would be within 30 feet of the resource.
Well, So what you're saying is it would be part of the buffer zone,
Yeah,
but not part of the wetland?
right.
Okay.
The
So I'm not sure what the discussion here is, you know, so if it's something that's being maintained or whatever, you know, are they thinking they're gonna be able to do something right up to the wetlands edge? Because we wouldn't allow that here. I mean, in this area right here that's right next to the resource area, even if it's being maintained or somebody's using it the way they're using it right now, doesn't mean that we're not gonna wanna see the restriction.
So is this getting into where do we draw the line from which the 100-foot buffer is calculated?
that's right.
Okay.
If-
Okay, well,
if I-
that-
if I
why don't we
may-
get there?
All right.
Okay.
So, Eric, as we've depicted, we are qualifying that this channel is exempt because it is maintained and dredged
So
and
if we
and
agree
has
with you,
artificial-
and we took that inner line and not the outer line,
These are the setback zones in the 100-foot buffer zone that are already broadcast off of this black line and not this black line. If we assent to that this isn't exempt, then that line would become the jurisdictional line,
Right,
and
and then you'd
these three
kick out a
resource
little.
areas would kick out a little bit.
So is this,
Right.
just for my clarification, are we talking jurisdiction under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act or the local bylaw?
I think we're talking about both.
Both,
Because
okay,
the
so
language is the
this-
same.
Yep.
So this is potentially someplace where we reach out to DEP for clarification?
You could.
I think it's,
Right.
this larger gravel pit pond is the one that's greater than 10,000 square feet.
Can you,
This one here?
Yeah.
that one there, so that's, okay, so the lower one where you just had the,
that's the point,
yeah.
yeah.
so that's
black
the
line.
pond that, where you're talking about, that's, when we talk about 10,000 square feet, that's the location we're talking about.
Right, because that linear one to the north, if you want to call it a pond, I mean, it really isn't. I'm not sure that would
That's where
measure
you get
10,000
into,
square
yeah,
feet.
right.
Okay.
And,
So-
and by way of, I'm not assenting to anything, but I'm seeing Rich's arguments that, is this really a pond, or is it a channel that doesn't meet the definition of pond or open water body that has direct hydrologic connectivity to this resource area, which we already have assented to calling this jurisdictional and regulated. As Rich points out,
There is hydrologic connectivity between the
Can you use the marker to
oh yeah,
show?
there you go.
there is hydrologic connectivity between this, gravel pit channel and the larger pond, because right here, the water is continuous with it.
Yep.
So the question is, if you're gonna exclude and agree that this gravel pit channel is not jurisdictional, then this flag is gonna have to jump across the water at the point where the gravel pit channel ends and the pond begins. And then it will follow the boundary of the actual pond as is currently shown on this plan.
That's right. That's accurate.
My question is whether or not this pond, because 10,000 square feet, 100 by 100 is 10,000 square feet, right?
Can you just kind of?
So, if this distance here is 100 feet, your 100-foot buffer zone, then that's about the width of this pond. And you go 1, 2, 2.5, that looks to be about 25,000 square feet. So this is the pond where, was it excavated from a wetland or an upland? And either way, doesn't matter, because it was excavated before the creation and protection of wetlands, and it was converted from a wetland to a gravel pit pond before the protection of wetlands. That's what Hancock is saying.
Right.
And I don't
that's-
necessarily think that he's wrong. I don't necessarily think that he's wrong, but I don't know if he's right.
So this is the first, it seems like this may be the first time that question is asked, is if it was,
Very well, maybe.
if a gravel pit pond was created from a wetland prior to the inception of the Wetlands Protection Act, what is its status?
That's right.
Exactly.
Well, if you
So-
didn't consistently use it and it was not used for a period of time, and I think you were saying 5, then it's a wetland.
But if it
Just
has,
because it was historically something else, if it's left alone for a period of time,
Right.
we would consider it a wetland.
But I think what they're saying is that it has been in
Contiguous use.
continuous use since its inception,
That's right.
and so we
Has
basically.
it been? I mean, that's why, do we have pictures? Do we
Well,
have
if you
more
go
recent
through,
stuff to that
if you
effect?
go through the,
Other than,
if you go through the Google Earth imagery, which only goes back to, what is it, 85? It appears to be in continuous use during that whole time frame, from 85 to
what's in the
present.
last 5 years?
Well,
It
no,
was-
he's saying,
So,
There are a series of pumps, and it's clearly been in active use in the last 5 years, just based on the extent of vegetation that's around it. There's a pump system that they have between all the ponds to fill the ponds up and drain them out so they can dredge them after they're done
These-
being used.
I think what you're poking at is if for a 5-year period of time between when the pond was created and now, if it wasn't actively used, that's where your
Then it
question
should
is.
have reverted back to a wetland.
And
I suppose, but I guess, one could ask the question, does that 5-year period have to be after the 5-year period existed? In other words,
after the Wetlands
once that
Protection
was
Act.
after the Wetlands Protection Act, and specifically after this regulatory language was put into
Drafted.
law.
Okay.
if I could for a moment. So there's two parts to the argument. One is that we understand that the regulation says if these gravel pit ponds were created from wetlands, then they could still be found to be jurisdictional today. But these were created, yes, we recognize that wetlands existed, but they weren't jurisdictional prior to 1968, that they weren't regulated wetlands, they weren't jurisdictional wetlands. At that point of time, you could fill wetlands in. There's several cases that I have here in Westford and Littleton and surrounding towns that have had areas that have been subject to historic fill of wetlands that aren't regulated as wetlands today. And I don't think that a gravel pit pond is any different. Whereas if by that logic and reasoning, if you had an area that you filled the wetland in the 1950s, that the Conservation Commission would be at liberty to say, you need to remove all of this fill from what used to be a wetland and pull back out of here. And we've had several cases like that. We did speak with legal counsel. Legal counsel hasn't been retained, but our legal counsel had the same sentiment, that it needs to be created from a jurisdictional wetland or a regulated wetland for it to be jurisdictional or regulated today. And that the fact that it was created prior to enactment of any environmental regulation or protection of wetlands, that wetlands, quotes, didn't exist then. They weren't jurisdictional nor were they regulated. So that's the first part. And the second part is whether or not this did lie idle for a period of 5 years from inception. And we're confident that it hasn't, that since the creation of these with creation of the gravel pit back in the late 1950s, early 1960s, that these have been used contiguously. These have pump systems going in and out of them. They have rip-ramp embankments. They've been subject to periodic dredge. The excerpts that we provided that have the historic aerial and the historic USGS maps, actually, I pulled the USGS maps. The historic aerial was an excerpt from a very in-depth Phase 1 environmental site assessment that was, I forget who the company was that performed it. That actually does have additional information in that in terms of site history and use and all. At no point did these gravel pit ponds go unused or unmaintained for a period of 5 years. They've been used contiguously with the gravel pit operations and everything. So the counter argument that Hancock has is that they wouldn't be jurisdictional because they were created prior to enactment or recognition of wetlands, and they've been in contiguous use.
Okay.
Can we have concrete proof that they've been in continuous use and there wasn't a 5-year gap where they weren't?
I don't know how concrete you're
Well-
looking for, right? Is year after year after
Well,
year?
you'd need historic imagery for at least every 4.99 years.
So obviously, it's critical. I mean, we're spending way more time than we should be tonight focusing on this 100 by 100-foot gravel pond, or what you want to call it. And what you're concerned is if we actually consider this a resource, then you're using that edge of that to start your 100-foot buffer zone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that, whatever you have planned for the property, that must have significant bearing on it, or we wouldn't be paying so much attention to
It
it.
does. It's no secret now, there's, you know.
Well, I'm trying to figure out exactly,
Yeah,
here we are spending great lengths of time going through this. A lot of times we see what's happening and we have some ability to, move stuff around and make things happen. And somehow I'm not seeing what you're proposing, so I can see how it fits into,
Right.
the resource areas and what we have here, to come up with, something that's gonna be, workable for us and workable for you.
It's understood, and that's the tail that wags the dog, because with an ANRAD, you're not supposed to have any deliberation or consideration of a project. It's either regulated or it isn't. However, I am at liberty to explain that based on preliminary site designs, they have no intention to fill these gravel pit ponds, aside from the one small one that I believe is pretty clear and distinctly, there's one over
the
here
left,
that's
yeah.
a tiny little one that is, Rich, I don't think there's any argument that
That's-
that's a gravel pit pond.
Yeah, that was,
So is
It's
the
a
goal to
creative line
fill
of
this
basin.
in?
No, there's no intent to fill either of these wetland systems, but they do propose, pavement and parking within, these, if theoretically these had setback zones to them and had a 100-foot buffer zone under your town bylaw, they do propose some parking that are close to these, and they do want to use these for stormwater. And if these were regulated, they wouldn't be able to be used for stormwater, nor would we be able to do parking there. So again, it shouldn't be the tail that wags the dog.
This
Right.
is that's helpful.
Okay.
Because, if it's parking or what you plan on doing with it, then, it affords us a better understanding, and with that, what can we do to accommodate?
That's right, yeah, that's fair.
Are you talking stormwater storage or stormwater infiltration?
I don't know if
Are we
it's storage
talking
or
about a
infiltration.
detention
Yeah,
or not a retention, but it's gotta be a detention.
It-
Well,
it's-
they're ponds, if they're,
To qualify the volume of these ponds towards stormwater. Now, I'm not the civil engineer, so I don't know if I'd assume it would be retention basin, not infiltration. They're not,
Right,
they're
they're
not
not-
gonna modify
right.
they're not gonna dredge it out and modify the substrate beneath this. No, it would be retention.
fill it up and it fills up, and that's it.
So, in terms of, as you say, the clock is ticking, with next steps, since this is an unusual situation, do we want to reach out to DEP and get their perspective on it?
Yeah, if the question hasn't really, if they haven't run into this before, I'd really like to get,
Well, and do we
somebody
also-
else's take on it.
Do we also want to ask town council do we do, you have already talked, you said you have had some
Legal counsel.
legal counsel. Do we, from our perspective, at some point, do we want to do the same on the town's behalf? Or do we just want to start with DEP?
Why don't we just start with the department, and, town council would get an opportunity to look at what the department, submitted as a response to the question.
Okay, so,
if I
sure.
could, there is an environmental attorney who's going to be presenting a topic at this Friday's AMWS conference, the Association of Massachusetts Wetland Scientists. It's an annual conference. A lot of folks go. I'm going. And this very an adjacent issue is or topic is going to be discussed by this particular environmental attorney. And it's whether, how far back do you go with respect to wetlands fill? So I could bring this up if it's a matter of public record at this point.
Oh, yeah.
We could bring up this particular scenario and see what sort of response we get in the room.
That's right.
There will be members of DEP there. I don't know if they'd be willing to comment, particularly being put on the spot.
Right.
I don't know if they're allowed to.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I called DEP and spoke with some of the folks in the Northeast Regional Office, and they were reluctant to give any sort of answer because it's before the Conservation Commission. There's no case law that they're aware of that that adjudicates this particular issue. So they're not going to fall on one side or the other.
Until they have a
Until-
chance to look into it
Yeah.
a little
Or
bit.
unless and until
Get
it's
into the
appealed,
weeds.
right? If the commission says, yes, it's jurisdictional, and the applicant appeals it to DEP, then they'll take it up for consideration, or, you know, if vice versa. If the commission says,
Yep.
no, they're not jurisdictional, but an abutter or citizens group appeals it to DEP, then they're gonna take it up. But I don't think we're gonna get an answer.
So,
So, just as Rich implied, I'll be at the same environmental conference. This is the Association of Massachusetts Wetland Scientists Annual Meeting this Friday. I'm familiar with the same legal counsel that Rich is talking about. I hold him in very high regard and do believe, you know, in my opinion, did Gregor McGregor retire?
I don't know.
I've always
Greg
felt that
McGregor, yeah,
the three or foremost wetland attorneys in the state are Glenwood, who we would see this weekend, Gregor McGregor, and Richard Chip Nyland. We did consult with Richard Chip Nyland, who we've advised our client to retain under retainer, and he didn't have opportunity to get under retainer and attend tonight's meeting. But we would anticipate that we would have,
So you spoke to Chip?
yeah.
Okay, I
And-
know
and
Chip,
Chip
and
was
I
of the-
know Gregor McGregor,
What's that?
you know, so I know both.
so,
So Chip was, and I don't want to, I can read verbatim the email that he sent me today, but he said, I regret that you couldn't retain me. However, he is of the opinion that now, I say opinion, right? We're looking for concise, either past precedent findings or legal counsel. But Chip Nyland is of the opinion that these would not be regulated because they were created prior to enactment of the Hatch Act. And whereas the regulation states if the gravel pit ponds were created from wetlands, there's an implication that those wetlands would need to have been jurisdictional or regulated for it to be regulated or jurisdictional today.
so, I guess, kind of circling back, so there has the question of whether this pond would be jurisdictional, and with the exempt gravel pit pond, that channel that we were talking about,
Well, I guess that depends on whether or not it measures more or less than 10,000 square feet.
if the channel
Could
does
you pan down just a little bit, please?
Do you mean, so I can,
slide down,
Yeah, slide
so
down
we
so
can
we
see the
can.
whole channel?
Up.
okay,
There you
that's
go,
what I was,
thanks.
okay.
So I guess what might be, make it clear, let's measure the area of all these ponds. Let's measure the area of this pond,
Yep.
this pond, and this linear pond, if you want to call it that. If it's under 10,000 square feet, it doesn't appear to be jurisdictional,
Okay,
under either the bylaw or
that's what you would put into,
that's my
Your
interpretation.
review report.
Yes.
okay,
However, if they, to the extent they do measure greater than 10,000 square feet, then we're put into this box of language that we have to navigate, right?
okay,
So it'd be interesting, I think, my recommendation would be to have Hancock continue this delineation to along the edge of what they're calling a wetland, and we all seem to agree that this is all the wetland, and exclude, show the flags, exclude this pond, and let's measure it.
so
See-
measure what that long vertical pond
Measure the
is.
size of this, and if it is greater than 10,000 square feet, then I think we're in the same boat as we are for this pond.
Okay,
But at least then we'll know, and potentially at the next meeting, the commission may have enough information to make a vote on a plan
so
that
it,
we either agree with or disagree with.
so
And the
it's,
smaller pond, and this pond here is not hydraulically connected to the long vertical pond.
no, when you're talking about the low one?
The low one that we
You're
know
saying that
is.
that's high, are you saying that that's high, which two were you saying are
So,
hydrological.
This-
Wetland and the longer
So
one,
that
but he
one-
hasn't mentioned whether that
Okay.
long one and the ponds below it are hydraulically
So
connected.
the pond on the right and the skinny pond next to it, you say there's a there's a connection.
hydrologic connection, there's a surface water connection if you were ice skating.
Mm-hmm.
You could ice skate down this long linear gravel pit pond and continue into this larger pond, which everyone agrees is jurisdictional. It is a pond.
So that's where the connection is. The connection is not with the
No,
lower pond.
This lower pond, I don't remember seeing any, there's a berm that we walked right through here.
Okay.
No,
it just,
Is
that
that
was,
right?
Yeah, there is, if you don't mind, if you pan, Sierra, just the hair south, at some point, where was that, oh, it was that's the basin right there, so no, there was, sorry, and that is associated with this feature. I believe this is confined, that there's no inlet or outlet that confines us. There are, I think they have pump systems that go in and out of this to
Yeah, but
service
those
the
are
pond.
artificial. I wouldn't consider those
Right, no, it's
hydrologic
not,
connections.
Okay.
it's, yeah.
so there's potential that the gravel pit pond, if it doesn't have the volume, it would not be jurisdictional.
If
But-
it's the surface area.
Yep.
The surface
Ten
area.
thousand square feet.
Okay.
This one, I believe, is gonna be close to 25,000 square feet.
Okay.
Yeah,
so-
I don't
so
The question
that's-
is whether or not this is more or
Okay.
less than 10, but you're gonna have to delineate the boundary
Okay.
and confirm there's no hydrologic connection, nothing's connected to this one.
So for the 25,000 square foot pond, that's the one where we're going into territory that nobody else has gone.
Correct.
Okay,
And potentially this one. If it's less than 10,000 square feet, we don't have to deal with it. It's just like this pond or this pond up here, presuming that's
Okay.
also less than 10,000 square feet. But if this is greater than 10,000 square feet, then the same consideration
then
applies.
the same question is asked about it. So, because in terms of having a complete record for this ANRAD of background information, I think, you had talked about, bringing up the question at the annual meeting.
AMWF's conference, yes, this Friday.
Members of the commission fine with having, because you're our peer review consultant, having you ask the question and basically feed whatever responses you get back to us?
Yes.
Do we want to, do we also, at this time, or once we know about the size of the second pond, do we want to reach out to DEP and get what information they will give us in writing so that we have that as background information for our decision?
Gonna wanna have to have something.
Okay, so what is the do we want to ask the question about this one now so we get them thinking about it? Because it will not be until our December meeting, if the other pond is more than 10,000 square feet, that we also say, oh, and we have a second case that we need to look at. Do we want to start
I-
the conversation now?
Because we're gonna have, this one's definitely more than 10,000. So we're gonna
Right.
have to know about that anyway.
Yeah, but, so we start the conversation now, and then potentially add a second
Right.
resource to the question.
Right, because a longer one could also be greater than, or 10,000 or greater
Okay.
than
Right.
10,000.
The same result should apply to both ponds.
Right.
Okay,
If they are both greater than 10,000 square
Okay.
feet.
so, in terms of drafting the letter to DEP, I know that wetlands jurisdiction is, that's Matt's area of expertise, you're covering for Matt. Is this a case of where you would like Eric and my help in terms of drafting how the question to DEP should be worded?
If you'd like to provide something, that would be helpful.
What do you think, Eric?
I also don't want to put too much, on you guys either.
I mean, it just, in terms of,
They know the question that we should be asking DEP.
they know.
Have them drafted.
I've pretty much asked
Have it
that.
drafted.
Okay,
I just would need to modify this letter slightly.
okay.
And I probably would attach, because to avoid the confusion we seem to have in the beginning of the meeting, I would attach the plan and number these 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, if you would do that and send it to Sierra so that she can forward it on to DEP.
Sure. I mean, I could even, if you want to
Right.
put it on Town Conservation Commission letterhead, I can go, write it for you, and you can put it on your letterhead.
So
and
how do
send
we
it
normally
off
do
to
these things?
DEP, or I can do it on behalf of
Normally
the-
do it.
Okay,
It's, yeah, it's not normally done.
okay. Yeah, it just, yeah, I mean, it's,
I don't think there's a wrong way.
no, well, it
No, you
just,
gotta know where to submit it.
no,
and-
but,
Right.
I would submit it to your circuit
Circuit
rider,
rider,
Alicia,
yeah.
Okay.
Alicia Galen.
Alicia Gale.
yeah, okay, so
So
if you.
I can write a letter on behalf of the Conservation Commission. We've been asked to do a peer review. We had our public hearing and discussed it. The commission presumably will vote to request me to write a letter to you, circuit rider, asking these questions.
And copying Sierra, and also copying Matt Salem on the
Sure.
letter, so that when he comes back, he has all that in his inbox.
Yep.
Can I have a motion to request our peer reviewer to send that letter?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay.
So I do feel that Friday is an opportunity, and again, as Rich implied, DEP, when you call them and talk about a project, they're apprehensive about giving you information for something that's before the Conservation Commission. But at the AMWS meeting, we can pick the brain of Glenn Wood. I'd ask if we did that together.
Yeah.
And we could ask generic questions that aren't project-specific, like is a gravel pit pond that was created from wetlands prior to enactment of the Hatch Act considered created out of a wetland? On generic terms, right, without specificity to a project, and hopefully we can have a DEP regulator opine on these things.
Before we go any further, are there any comments or questions from members of the audience?
I wanted to sleep at this point.
Yeah, okay. So I think you've got the information you need in terms of drafting the letter to the circuit rider.
Yes.
And then, so our next meeting is December 11th. You want to be back on that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 11th?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Will you give that?
Okay. Moving on to our 7:10 PM agenda item, and it was an appointment with Bobby's Ranch about the use of Emmett and Neshoba Brook conservation areas. That conversation is being rescheduled to December 11th. Moving on to our 7:20 PM agenda item, it's a request to perform drainage-related work at 31 and 35 Tadmuck Road. Okay.
Need to identify ourselves?
Yes, for the record, if you identify yourselves?
So I am Lauren Hill. I am Keith's daughter.
I'm Keith Boney at 31 Tadmuck Road.
So our, what we would like to do, I guess I should give you some history. So the orchard property that's up on the screen there is on a hill. And the bottom part of the hill that's closer to Tadmuck Road, tends to be fairly wet, and there have been sections that have been wet. And if you look on the map there, the green line is drainage you put in, when was that?
10 years ago.
10 years ago, to try and drain, to try and help with the wetness in that corner. And as time's gone on, it's been wet along the area.
Do you wanna point
Yeah.
to, orange?
So right along, so this is that drainage he put in. And then along, it's hard to tell where the stone wall is from this distance. So all along this area, right down here, has now been getting wetter and wetter over time. And last year, we sort of reached a critical point because it was such a wet year. And we had a lot of water in here. We had standing water down out there. Where am I looking? Why does this
Want me
look
to
so
point it?
weird to me? You do it.
Okay.
You pointer it.
All right.
Um,
Where's,
oh,
good. Let's go back to on. Where's the on?
that
Here?
red button is the
This
pointer
one,
button,
okay.
yeah. Yep,
Okay,
okay.
so
Oh, no, I see where I am.
Yeah, this is the main Mac, this is the back corner of the main
Yeah.
Mac block.
So we had standing water there for probably 2 months last year.
Well, yeah,
And what's happening is the trees, apple trees, are not crazy about being wet for any extended period, so we've lost trees in that corner. We've lost a whole row of trees in the block along the road, and we've, in spots up above, so like where the McCown and Empire are, we've also lost trees up in there.
in this area.
And so last year, we were out there digging trenches with shovels to try and move water. And it just,
Is this a new occurrence, or, I mean, you haven't historically had this water problem, have you?
Historically,
yes.
20 years ago, I spent days stuck in this area here trying to spray.
Yeah. So it's always been wet, but just last year was sort of worst case scenario. And like the history of the farm is, I don't know, it's been there. My father is now 80, and I have retired from teaching to take over the management of the farm. And as I think ahead doing that, I think about, trying to replace those dead trees, trying to maybe add new varieties, expand the planted area on the property. And when I think about doing that, it seems kind of crazy to replant these areas that have flooded, because I'm assuming that as climate is changing, there's a reasonable chance that wet years like that will happen again.
So the work you're proposing is to put in drainage to be there when it's needed?
So it will always be there.
Okay.
But what is true is, what we're hoping is that if we drain, how did I give you this? I think I gave you the wrong map. Because isn't that more drainage than we?
Yes.
Sorry,
That's,
the one
that's
then. I
more,
think this is the
that's
right
more
one.
like what we're
Yes,
proposing.
that was not the right, but this is the right map. Oh, that map was when I first talked to you and before I talked to Allegheny again. I wondered why there was so much on
Yeah,
that
there was
map.
a whole lot of lines on that
I know, I
first
was
one.
like, what, this is not the right map.
This is a plan put together by your consultant.
Yes.
By the company that installs drainage. So what we want to do is as little as possible. So our hope is that by draining the downhill part, by putting in drainage in the downhill part of the property, it'll allow the water to move from the uphill part, and so we won't need to do anything else. So we're hoping that by clearing up the bottom, the top water will have somewhere to go and everything will be wonderful.
Jim?
If there's so much water, where's it all gonna go?
Where it's always gone,
It always goes,
it always goes under Tadmuck Road and down into Tadmuck Swamp.
So
Where's the under?
so the underneath is right where the,
so is that an existing outlet up at the top? Well, I see where 2 outlets
Yeah.
are marked. Are those are
So
existing
the-
outlets?
what's true is the green line, the lower green line, coming out of the back block there. Yeah, so that is 75-year-old clay pipe that has
This-
presumably failed. And so we're just gonna bypass around that. So that exists. The outlet onto Tadmuck is gonna go into, it will stop at the edge of our property, and then there's been work done on Tadmuck, so that water goes underneath, and where's the cistern for it? Under the guy across the street's yard.
No, the cistern is right there.
Okay.
There's a grate there, and the water goes into that grate. That was installed, I'm not sure when, but the former head of the highway department put that in. He came out and looked at it, as did the town engineer. We had a meeting about this situation. And this whole area has been redesigned so that the water from this grate right here goes under Tadmuck Road, goes under this person's property, drops down about 30 feet, and then it winds up going under Dana Drive. That's all been engineered, it's all there, and it's all functioning.
Was that because there was the water was flooding the roadway?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is taking water from your orchard property and putting it on somebody else's property?
No, our property.
No, I thought it ends up over by Dana Drive.
No, it ends up on the edge of our property. So it's gonna stop at the stone wall on the edge of our property.
So it,
What is the connection to the
so
outlets?
you're keeping,
I thought there's a grading that goes underneath Tadmuck
Well,
Road.
there's a drainage grate
Right there.
on the road where that outlet is, but
Right
we're
there.
not gonna do anything with that drainage
and
grate.
that grate was to deal with water that was getting onto the roadway?
Yes.
Correct.
So now we're adding a lot, I mean,
No, so
there's a lot more water being
The water
added.
that comes off our hill goes onto Tabmuck anyway.
So you're just saying that because of the extreme wetness last year, it just took the water longer to get there?
Yeah, it just had nowhere to go because the soil was so saturated that it was just backing up the hill, basically. And where he has the pointer there, so the back,
There's a lot more pipes in the light blue, which is the new stuff being proposed, than the green, which is the older stuff, right?
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so there's gonna be more water flowing through those?
No.
Why not? There's,
Because the water off that property has historically flowed onto Tadmuck Road, and that same water is still gonna flow, but it will not be going onto Tadmuck Road.
It'll go
It'll
under.
be going under Tadmuck Road.
It just,
So
You're gonna
normally
take it
when it
off the road.
rains, the
Going
water just,
into Tadmuck Swamp.
I
It
don't
won't
know.
be going onto the
I don't know
road.
about any of the capacities of any of the existing pipes that we're gonna be adding to. 'Cause more water is gonna be flowing through those pipes than there is
No.
there today.
well,
It's the same amount of water, it's the same amount of land.
well, but the duration of the time it may take for all the water to reach.
yes.
So it will flow off the hill and into the grate headed for Tadmuck's. It will follow that flow more quickly than it does today because it's got to drain through the soil today.
That's true.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a,
What we're, so I think first of all, it's nowhere near the capacity that cistern drain system, like, it's, the capacity for that is overbuilt for what goes through there now, I think. I don't know if overbuilt is the right idea, but there's plenty of capacity
Oversized
in that
or, you
system.
know.
Yeah.
So why, my question, so why, where's the resource area why are they before us?
So why we're before you is because the town has,
an APR.
it's an APR, the town has part of the APR, and what is true is that I applied for a stewardship and improvement grant from Department of Agriculture to pay for this drainage work. And as part of the town having the APR, they need a sign off from Conservation Commission and Select Board that says you're okay with us doing this.
Because of the APR rather than
The
because of our
APR.
Because of the
rather
APR.
than our jurisdiction.
Yeah, so I'm fine with this.
Okay,
It's just, they need our approval as part of, because there's an APR here.
okay.
I'm not happy with it, because
But I mean, they have
it's
a-
gonna speed up, it's gonna speed up the flow of water from a lot of different areas that are not currently piped, and put it into the same outlet system that exists today. I wouldn't wanna be one of the people living on the other side of Tadmuck Road or down on Dana Drive.
Actually,
What's
the
the
people on the other side of Tadmuck Road are very happy, because when Chip Barrett put in this system, the people across the road got flooding from Tadmuck Road because there was no drainage there. So that water, Chip put drainage in to go under their property. And also, he stopped erosion from happening on a huge bank that's in back of that property, because there's a drop there, a contained drop for that water. And then it goes under Dana and into.
So
So
from-
the people across the road are very happy that grate was put in there, and that a whole underwater drainage system was put in.
So once the water gets goes down the grate, it stays in underwater conduits till it gets to Tadmuck Swamp. So
Yes.
it's not going overland over anybody's
No.
property.
No,
No,
it used to, but it doesn't anymore.
it doesn't
Okay.
anymore.
I
Jim?
don't have trouble with this.
Do you have any more questions?
Nope,
Okay.
not happy with it. I wouldn't wanna be living downstream from it.
Well,
so.
and our hope is, so I know it looks like a lot on there, but we're gonna work with Allegheny and talk to them about decreasing actually the number of
Yeah,
pipes,
that-
especially in the bottom two on this picture sections of the orchard, but this is sort of the most that would happen.
If we do this work, there are gonna be less lines than you see here.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't believe that they need to put all the lines in that they're proposing.
So we have, I don't know what the plan is then. This isn't the plan that you're planning
Well,
to implement.
but we don't have to approve the plan, we just have to approve them doing work.
Concept.
Us doing the work. And it's gonna
What
be,
work?
they're gonna use a machine
Putting
that
in
cuts and lays
drainage.
How
pipe,
much?
so there
Yeah,
won't
and
be
they're
any.
just showing us some, you know.
I'm showing us, so when I talk to Allegheny, this is what they wanna do. And it will be,
They're a pipe laying company, they want to lay pipe.
they wanna lay pipe.
Yeah, they want to lay pipe.
And,
Right.
you know, they're in the area, they have their equipment here, they wanna
Put pipe in.
get her done.
Okay,
I know,
Yeah.
all right.
But, and they're used to, they're a company that's sort of adapting from being in New York and, you know,
There's no estimates of the flow rates, there's no capacities for any of the drainage systems or anything like that.
you mean performance standard, you're
No.
concerned about performance
Well,
standard.
I'm concerned about the people living downhill.
I say is, you know, the duration, you don't wanna, the duration can be longer, but the flow rate, you don't want it to exceed the existing flow rate. Because what you don't wanna do is.
Don't want to make it worse. Yeah.
But I mean, you can have a longer same amount of flow in a longer duration, and it's okay.
Okay, are there comments or questions from members of the audience?
Just a general comment, Matt Waterman, Line Tech Consultants. Generally, engineering departments don't have issues with under drains because those run at 24 hours a day, and so they're not running during the peak rain events. So they're not impacting the pipe sizes during a rain event because they're running 24 hours a day and it's draining the under drains, the groundwater, which it does today. And I believe they're diverting both runoff to existing culverts. And so when we put in new roads, a lot of times we'll put in under drains into the drainage system and we don't have to design for them from a capacity standpoint because they're running 24 hours a day and not during that 100-year storm event or the 10-year storm event or significant.
So they're kind of, they're sized so that if there's more rain coming than will fit through that pipe, water has to wait till the pipe is empty before more water goes in?
Yeah, the under drain's running 24 hours a day.
Okay.
When it's dry, because it's not raining all the time, so it's not gonna impact that capacity when it rains, because it's not gonna hit the same time. It's, you know, the rain's gonna fall, it's gonna hit your pipes.
So instead of the water being sitting up on top,
Right.
when the 100-year rain comes, the water level is going to be lower because there's drainage in there to keep that
And
water
it's constantly
down.
flowing, and so it's more of a trickle at that point, and it's not like,
It rains over like 6 hours, so.
yeah, what we
yeah,
normally see in our catch basins where you get that rush of water into the detention basins.
This would be sized so that you don't have that rush of water.
Typically with under drains, which is why they let us to tie into those drainage systems, is because they're not as concerned with them, because they're running all the time, and you're not getting big rushes of water,
yeah, and there's
if
still.
that makes sense.
Yeah, and there's still the hill above it that's gonna slow down that rain that's coming down the hill, so there's still plenty of property above where those pipes are.
Okay. So, what we're looking for is, are we a direct participant to the APR, or the select board would want our input?
There are two different APR documents, and I believe one says select board and one says conservation
Yeah, and
commission,
so
so I
the-
think, sorry, go ahead.
No, just the woman who sent you her email, and I think you guys have it in your packet, maybe? I have copies of it if you need it, just said that, the APR's lawyers thought it had to be both based on the way the APR is written.
Okay.
So I
So
think what they,
I gave you a form,
Yeah. And that's in our packet?
that, I don't know if it is, I dropped it off in a
Oh.
folder.
so I believe the email said that it was intended for the commission to vote to recommend approval to the select board, who's actually the one who signs the form.
Okay, I didn't know if it was both of you or one of you. I think based on what Julie told me, it was both.
Yeah.
Let me look at her email again. I think they're probably gonna want both just because of the way the APR,
Select board sign off based on a conservation commission recommendation.
Correct.
So the
Okay.
select board actually
Yeah.
has to sign off, they just
Yep.
have to vote
Right.
for a recommendation
Okay.
to the
Okay.
board to
Okay,
sign
great.
off. Yeah, okay, I think we're good now.
all right, and then we're on the agenda for the select board, is it next week? I think next
Need a
week.
motion for
Can I have a
approval?
motion, that the conservation provides their recommendation in
To
support
the
of,
selectmen.
to the selectmen in support of this work?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Passes.
And if they ask why, it's because we don't know where the water's going eventually, or the quantity.
Passes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank
you.
you.
Good luck with that.
Okay, so moving on to our 7:30 PM agenda item, there's a request to work after December 1st for Diamond 64 Lakeshore Drive South.
So no one is here for this one. I spoke with them and thought that it might be straightforward enough, hopefully. So, I'll just explain, so what they're looking to, the only work that they're looking to do is, sorry, let me look at this one more time. We have like 5 of these, so I'm just, yeah, it's just removing the trees. So they're not even pulling the stumps. They just want to cut the trees. But something that we had noticed on site is, if you look at this green, let me use this. If you look at this green box up here, so that was marked as a tree, on their plan that they were gonna remove. It's actually a stump. It was removed several years ago, probably even by a prior owner, we're not sure. So that's actually a stump. It's not gonna be removed. And as they were planning, the septic system, they reconsidered that this, may need to come out. So they're planning on pulling the stumps, you know, for root system concerns for septic and the addition, but not until after the winter. So they're just requesting to cut those 4 trees.
And you had also talked to them about now planting a 5th tree.
Yes, yeah, I should mention that. So they requested a, sort of a minor modification, that we determined was appropriate to be administratively approved. So they're still cutting 4 trees within the buffer, but because that sort of 5th one had already been cut previously, I've directed them to plant 5 replacement trees instead of 4. And they've agreed to that, so.
Okay, and so their request to work from December 1st, did they give you a time window?
Let me see, the work will include, so the last day of disturbance would be the 16th. So I think he's just looking for the first, 2-3 weeks of December.
Okay, so
What do we typically give it to, like, the month? They want to work from December 1st, do we say to like January 1st? And then if they want to do more, then they have to come and see us?
well, it just is,
I mean, it's only like 4 trees. It shouldn't
Right.
take them any time.
right. So the only thing would be is if something messes up their schedule and they can't be done by the 16th, they have December 11th to come back and say, hey, we're gonna need additional time. So do we wanna do till September 16th, as they say? And if they then look at it and say, the 16th isn't gonna work,
They'll come
That's
back.
fine.
they come back
That's
on the
fine.
11th?
That's fine.
That works.
Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the request to work after December 1st, from December 1st through December 16th?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, okay. Moving on to our next 7:30 PM agenda item, it's a request to work after December 1st for McKeel, 73 Brookside Road.
Is anyone here for that one?
Where is that?
All right, I can try
the
to
Willows.
handle this
Yeah,
one.
that's-
Yes, that's the Willows.
Oh,
So they're trying to start, get going on this now. They've got their erosion controls in and everything. So what they're asking to do is, up to January 6th, they want to do, the foundation installation and the backfill around it. So including pouring the concrete foundation and setting concrete slabs. I did question back to them, because I wanted to know what other work they were planning to do between then, because, we only consider like interior things to be, not
Yeah.
really site work. And so he had mentioned, utilities, and so I posed the question that, will there be ground disturbance for the placement of the utilities? Because if that's the case, they need another, request to work after. So the present one right now is just for the foundation and concrete slabs. And, that would be the only thing that you would be, any other
Okay.
work would not be included in that. yeah.
And we have a meeting on January 8th, so.
They were looking to continue it, they could seek it on the 8th.
But also, if they answer Sierra's question, and bringing in the electrical or the plumbing somehow involves work outside the foundation, then they can come back on the 8th and ask for permission to do that work.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure they weren't like laying lines or anything, it's just interior, which it probably is, but I just want that clarification. So the only question is just for the foundation.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the request to work after December 1st, from December 1st through January 6th, 2025, for 73 Brookside Road?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to our next 7:30 PM agenda item, request to work after December 1st for Seal Harbor LLC, 415 Groton Road.
Good evening, Matt Waterman with Land Tech Consultants for the record. Similar to the last two, we're just looking for work just for the month of December. This was Lot 6, which is 415 Groton Road, the little red house on Route 40, across from Flushing Pond Road.
Yeah.
And then the majority of the work is just tearing down that existing house and getting access up into the back portion of the land that's outside the resource areas. So there's probably 150 feet or so to get the house down and get up the top of the hill. And then once you get to the top of the hill, you're outside the buffer zones. And so they just want to do that work in the next 4 to 6 weeks. I think they had originally asked for December 15th. I agree. I think, Eric, I think we typically ask for a minimum of 1 month, just to give them a little bit of a breathing room with their schedule. And the work is described as just to get that access road and water line installed, to get into the site so that they could work in the areas outside the resource area through the winter.
So if things are not cooperating with you, December 11th would be our only meeting where we could say, we could extend beyond December 31st. Would you want to go to January 10th, which would be the end of the second week, so that if worse comes to worse and things, weather-wise or whatever, are going poorly, you have the January 8th meeting to come to us for whatever extension you need to finish up the work?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
So maybe we could go to January 10th.
Other commission members? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the can I have a motion to approve the request to work after December 1st, from December 1st through January 10th, 2025 at 415 Groton Road?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Moving on to our 7:40 PM agenda item, it's a public hearing for Yang, 88 Tadmouth Road. I believe there's something that needs to be read. Did you get it?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you have a?
Here it is.
Okay.
Under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and Westford's non-zoning wetlands bylaw, Chapter 171, the Westford Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 13th, 2024, at 7:10 p.m. in Meeting Room 201 at Town Hall, 55 Main Street, to consider the notice of intent application of Jinghui Yang for the construction of a 12 by 30 deck, driveway paving, and installation of a drip edge and trench drain within 100 feet of bordering vegetative wetlands at 88 Tadmouth Road.
Hello. For the record, my name is Robert Melvin with Stamsky McNary, representing the applicant for 88 Tadmouth Road. We're returning here after our previous proposal to construct the new sewage disposal system. Just as a quick note, the system was in...
Want a pointer?
Oh, sure.
The orange button in the middle there. Sorry.
So at the time the plan was drafted, the tanks had been installed, and the leaching field was still being worked on. I believe at this point it's been constructed. Just wrapping up some of the certificate of compliances for that. So today we're returning with a new proposal to build a new portion of the driveway here. We're going to pave to the right of the existing driveway and create a continuous loop here. And the reason we're doing that is because the current driveway, I would argue, is fairly dangerous as it exists. The slope going down to the garage is over 20%. and there's just not a long enough run to be able to turn your vehicle out of there. Personally, I've experienced this. It's very difficult to back your way onto Tadmec Road. So this would help drivers be able to, get their vehicle, the front of their vehicles to the road and make a much safer traverse through the property. And so we're also proposing to install a drip edge and trench drain. And this is simply just to get the water out from the front of the house there, get it around the house so it's not coming in. I believe there are current drainage issues with water heading directly into the garage here, so we're proposing those to kind of remedy that issue. And then our final part of the proposal here is a proposed deck off the back of the dwelling. The deck, I believe, is 12 by 30 feet and would contain crushed stone underneath it for drainage. And that is the extent of our proposal. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Jim?
Where's your rainwater going?
Stormwater, so we have drip edge here, and that's just a stone trench with a pipe through it. And then we have another pipe that connects that to here, which is our trench drain. So this will be one continuous flow, and that will continue here to our outlet point, which is located right where I'm circling.
Just a riprap bed and
Yeah, typical riprap bed. I believe we're using, just riprap with a splash block.
With that driveway, where's the snow going to be plowed? And if there's a big snowstorm, where's the snow going to be stored?
So the snow storage area would be to the right here on the side yard. We don't want to be storing it on top of the leaching field here, so definitely want to be pushing it in this location.
And given the steepness of the grades, is there any, I'm just concerned about runoff since this is in the buffer zone. I'm assuming there's no curbing on the side of the driveway?
There's no curbing, but the flow path of water on the driveway would be led into either the drip edge or the trench drain, just because we're having to really fill in that grade there. So the driveway is going to be pitched in that direction. So it would eventually make it into the drains there and then out.
Would
through
this
that
be
outlet.
snow blowed or plowed?
I would think snow blowing is more appropriate in this case.
Given the grade on the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
my concern is with how tight things are, if they were plowing, where the plow would go. But, any other questions from people?
I think it meets our setback requirements, and I'm assuming the backyard is mostly grassed where the,
Well, okay, because one of the
I'm
things.
looking at, I got a small plan here. Do you see something that's not where
Well,
it should be?
what I was looking at, because I went back and I looked at the plan of record for the approval for the drainage and such, and the conservation posts were all along the 30-foot as a no disturb, and per condition 50 of the special conditions, those posts and that no disturb area would remain in perpetuity. And what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing that the no disturb area has been pushed back 15 feet?
How do you mean?
You mean the conservation posts were pushed
Yeah,
back?
those black squares,
Yeah, the black square.
which
right.
were supposed to be running along the,
No, see, what had happened at the final hearing, we had talked about this because we have our well here in the water line, so we had to push at least these few posts here. These had to be pushed back to account for the water.
for putting in the water line?
For putting in the water line and future maintenance if required.
Future maintenance, okay.
But you can see as you move toward the right, that's when we're
Okay.
picking up that 30-foot zone right there.
is that an amendment to the earlier order of
Well,
conditions?
I think what it may be is because the only plan of record I had is prior to that, these discussed changes. So I was
That's right, because we never ended up actually submitting a new plan for that. It was
Okay.
approved that night. So I think that's kind of where the discrepancy came from there.
Okay,
Yeah, I think if that's gonna change, that, like you're saying, it is a condition in the order.
Okay.
And it's also on the approved plan,
Okay,
so it is a change.
okay, so those 5 posts on the site, demarcate the no disturb buffer, okay. We had also had a letter from some abutters. Yeah, talking about, so, looking at the originally approved plan, there were gonna be 15 trees, more or less, in the buffer zone that were gonna be removed. How many trees have been removed in the buffer zone?
For the construction of the septic system?
Yes,
I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to talk to the installer. But I believe all the trees that were discussed at the meetings were removed and nothing more.
nothing?
Um,
Okay, so I think that's something we would want to have verified. Because I believe the prior plan identified the location of the trees being removed.
I don't think it did.
Okay,
I don't believe it did. I could be wrong, but I'll double check on that.
okay, because that was, yeah, because that was one of the things that I had been looking for, in terms of looking at that plan, and I thought there were X's showing the location of trees, X indicating that that was a tree to be removed.
You might be right. I can't recall. I
Okay.
thought we didn't have that, but you might be right.
Because that's normally something we require on a plan.
Right.
Okay, so that's a follow-up we would want is confirmation of what trees in the buffer zone were removed.
They're also running out of time for work on file number 1845, right?
No, because we just approved it this past spring.
I
you mean-
I mean, we had a letter from neighbors or something about some of the plantings aren't done yet. Some of the items related to that project hadn't been completed, and we don't have a COC yet.
That's because, yes, because we have, you're right, he said that they were preparing for the COC.
Okay,
But it was, we only issued the order last spring, so they're not near their 3-year.
no, I'm saying we're near the December
Oh,
1st
yeah,
date.
the December 1st?
Right. They're getting very close to it. You're
So-
gonna be able to finish and get us work out, to get work sufficient to match the original plans to get the certificate of compliance for 1845?
I believe so. I believe everything is, in order for that to occur.
Including all the
And
plantings?
So we'll be giving that, you'll be presenting that at December 11th meeting? Is that when our next
Oh.
meeting?
So, okay. So you're working on your punch list for submitting the COC request.
Yes, yeah.
When were you thinking of, how close to that are you?
I am not entirely sure. I'd have to, our survey department's working on the as-built plan for the septic, so we have to, wait until that's in order. But, once that's completed, I can give you a definite answer.
And have the plantings been done?
I believe so.
Okay. So,
It's all within the 100-foot, except for a little strip here.
yeah,
So that work's gonna stop December 1st.
right.
All right, you understand that, right?
Mhm.
So it'll all be done, and you might as well be submitting it for a certificate of compliance at our December meeting.
Or as soon as he's ready. I mean, if they don't have the ads built by December 11th,
Right.
they'll submit this, the COC would be there for the January 8th meeting.
All right, okay.
Okay. Okay. So I guess, are there any comments or questions from members of the audience?
Oh, there's lots. Hi, I'm Kathy DeShane. I live at 86 Tadmuck Road, which is right to the left of that plan. We've had the contractor at that property for months. I did have a statement, because I wanted to remember everything, and if I could get through it and then go back and ask questions. Thank you.
Yeah, take your time, it's all good.
All right. So we did, other butters are here, we're 86, there's 85 and 87 Tadmuck Road here as well. We all have the same concerns. So in addition to the correspondence in your packets that were sent, I'd like to give you an update. The amount of old-growth trees that were taken down to do this project now have been found to have been on my property line by at least 7 or 8 feet
Over your property?
on my property.
Okay, so you're saying that
That they remove trees on your property line?
Yep.
on your property? Okay.
Yes, so, all right, all right, so almost all of our privacy's gone. They took the stumps, the trees, wildlife, old-growth trees gone. And it goes all the way from the whole length, so from the street all the way to the back of our property, so 200 feet.
You want to use that laser pointer, and
Could
then you
I?
can kind of, I think it's the
Can-
red,
can-
and just point where you're saying the trees have been removed.
All up here,
You mean all the way to the wetland?
all the way back. We had trees all the way back, and they've just destroyed them all, took them out.
No,
So,
So there's trees in the buffer zone on your property as well?
I don't know what a buffer zone means. It's over my property line.
Right, but also that it's on your property, but that it's also trees in the buffer zone, so that's two things wrong.
Okay, well, there's even more.
Okay,
So, so we found out last week after paying $3,500 for a land survey that that's where our property line is. So I don't know if Stamsky and McNary never did a survey or did it wrong, but our surveyors, Allen and Major, out of Woburn, reached out to them, and Stamsky sent their own surveyors out. And the next day, our surveyors contacted them again and asked the response, and what they received, what Allen Major received from Stamsky and McNary was that that the survey that our guys did is reasonable. So one would assume that means it's correct. So our surveyors are correct. I don't know what happened, if the contractor didn't follow the plans. So on top of all that, I mean, they're clearly in violation of our boundary line. We now have to spend thousands of dollars trying to hire an attorney to figure out what our options are and potentially buy plantings so that we can have our privacy back, all on a fixed income. I was told by Matt Salem when he was out talking the project with us that anything from the septic, the leach field, anything has to be at least 10 feet from our boundary. So now it's 2 feet from our boundary. Because they had to have 10 feet, but where they cut the trees out, where they think our property line is not where it is.
so what you're saying is that potentially this,
The leach field
The
and all
leach
that
field is
stuff.
within 2 feet of our property line
It's supposed
because
to be
they
10.
didn't survey it properly
Or at
when,
all.
when they put this in or removed the trees.
okay.
So, so I don't know how that affects me and my property value, what the implications are for wildlife, for water, underground water. And it really sounds like this project was just sort of done at all costs with not a whole lot of respect for the abutters. And now there's more work being proposed by the same individuals and companies that we already cannot trust. Our wetlands are being compromised at a time when climate change is accelerating, and we need more, not fewer, protections of our natural spaces. My husband and I, and the abutters present tonight, have real concerns about the continuing escalation of this project. We've all lived here for a long time and know these woods and wetlands better than our own yards. So what sort of oversight is there from the town, and who is responsible for ensuring projects like this are done correctly and abutters are not forced to go broke trying to remediate incorrect plans and overzealous contractors? We continue to oppose anything that's being done that isn't absolutely necessary on this project. I'd be happy to email Sierra before and after pictures so you could see just how much was taken down. But that's a real issue. I mean, having it 2 feet from our property now. I don't know who sets up that rule that it has to be 10 feet away?
I think it's probably a Board of Health or something.
That's either the Board of Health or Planning Board.
They would've
So-
I mean, I don't know if you can get.
They would have needed a variance down to 5 feet or 10 feet, but if it's
Yeah,
over
but I
the,
don't
over the
know if they
line,
Allow it to 2 feet.
and they
So-
don't- and not over the line.
So to
2
make-
feet, probably not, yeah.
So to clarify for me, is from what your survey said is, so the line, so the line that's shown here is the property line, your surveyor is saying that
It's incorrect.
okay, so it's not that the component shifted, it's that the line was wrong to begin with.
I don't know, I assume so. We haven't gotten the actual plans from we just been talking to them, so, but yeah, he told us that we measured 7 or 8 feet beyond
Okay.
into our property. So again, I don't know where that measurement comes from, like how far the edge of the leaching field is, but if it's more than, if it's less than 10 feet, I want to know what issues arise with that. How does that affect my property value? Do I need an easement? Do I need to go to the Board of Health?
So you've given us, you read some additional information that you had received after you sent us the letter.
Well, we had already called our land surveyor. They gave us an 8 to 10 week window. So we had sent that email, and then after that, our surveyor finally showed up.
Yeah,
So
but-
then we had that.
No, so just in terms of the information that we have to work with, the information that you've read us tonight, that's new information to you since you sent the letter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you send the new information, you're giving it to us here in a public meeting, can you also send that, the details of that to Sierra so
Sierra.
that we can take the next steps? I think, this is, in terms of do we need to bring in the Board of Health, or this is an unusual situation, so some of this is, in terms of what our next steps are, that's part of what we need to figure out in terms of where this goes next. But having that written information from you will help us, in terms of,
I'll reach out to Paul Alphen this week and see if he can get an appointment with him and see if he can
well, it just,
direct us to, like, what does this mean to us legally,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, before we can agree to anything else, we have to see
so,
where the lines are and what's happening.
yeah, because yes, so, okay. But yeah, so you've given us some information that says potentially the property line on this plan is not correct.
Well, Stamsky agreed with my surveyor,
Okay.
so.
But in terms of what we need to think about in terms of this project here, and-
Well, a couple of things.
Yeah.
Did they clear more down here within the resource area? And did anything happen
Well-
down here further than what they were supposed to do?
well, and I think what you're saying is that the property line on this plan is in the wrong location, and that,
Well,
so
she's
they-
saying this line here is probably, should be over here
Yeah.
somewhere, and they've cut trees, and all of this is now closer than it should be to her property line.
but where my question was going is, so some of the trees that were on this plan that were shown to be cut, it turns out that they're on your property.
property, yes.
My question was, were there additional trees taken off your property that are beyond what this line is here? And it just is,
Or closer to the wetlands on this plan. You know,
True.
did they go further back towards the wetlands?
is they, okay,
And
yeah.
take additional trees back there? And, because she's saying they did all the way
Yeah, they
to
were-
basically the
There
wetlands
were
edge.
a lot more than 15 trees taken
Okay.
down. They were there for 2 days.
Now, did they pull the stumps or did they grind the stumps?
Nope, they pulled them all.
They pulled the stumps.
So, yep, so there's no record. It's,
Well, but if they pulled the stumps between, if you see the dotted lines that run across the plan, the top of the 3 sets of dotted lines, that's 30 feet from the wetlands. And if they pulled stumps closer, between the top dotted line and the wetlands, that was, I don't know that we approved any trees being removed in the 30-foot.
Yeah.
And you're,
As far as I'm aware, I don't believe any trees have been cut any closer to the wetland than work was allowed.
so if the stumps had been pulled, there would
Well,
be
you'll know
ground
if there was
disturbance.
activity that occurred.
Yeah,
Within that area, whether it was stumps or whatever. If they were in there mucking around, you can kind of figure out that that's what they were doing.
Okay.
Yes, please go to the site. Happy to meet you there.
We have all that information with the receipt from the tree company, right?
In terms of the quote and the number
Usually
of
the
trees?
number of trees they cut.
Yeah, and the work that they did.
Can you can the applicant provide a copy of the quote from the tree company and any invoice or documentation of the work that was performed?
Yeah, I can reach out and see what they can provide
Okay.
to me.
So you can see why we're concerned now about the deck in the back, because it is awfully close to the wetlands. Looks a lot closer in real life than it does on that plan. So they're kind of within, to me, they're within.
They're within about, well, the closest point
And
is.
it's saying it's 37.6 feet
That's to the house, right? Oh, that's.
to the
No, that's
deck,
at the corner
to
of
the
the
edge of the
deck.
proposed deck.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's as the abutter, that's my concern. And I know another abutter had questions about the runoff, because we're like, the road is here, there's a hill, and then there's another hill down here where all the water goes to the wetlands, and that's that property.
Okay.
Hi, Susan Okuhara. I live in 87 Tadmuck Road. My only concern, I live across the street from this property, so a couple concerns I have is that, you know, with the removal of all the trees and going all the way back to the wetlands, what is the well water situation going to be looking like? What is my drinking water going to be looking like? Especially with all of the addition of the driveway, and I'm not even sure, you know, what the impact of putting the deck is going to be on there. So that's one of my first questions.
So
And
do you know how deep your well is? You know,
I
mean,
do-
is
I
it
do
a
not.
rock well? Is it a dug well? Is it a?
I do not know.
Okay, so are there some statement that in terms of depending on the depth of the well?
Well, I mean, if she had a rock well like mine that was down 300 feet where she was getting the water.
It goes pretty far
Wouldn't
down.
be much impact here. I mean, if
Okay.
she had a dug well and she was getting surface water or something, depending on where it was, maybe, but it seems like she's saying she's across the street.
And you're upslope from, so you.
I'm upslope.
Okay, so you're across the street and you're
Upslope, so I'm
upslope and
thinking
you've
she's
got a
gonna be
deep
less
well?
impacted.
Yeah. Okay,
'Cause I would have thought she'd be up gradient.
yeah, you are. You're up slope from the property and your well is upslope from this property. So what's happening with the groundwater would not affect her well? It's-
Hard to say, I mean, but I would say, you know, probably, it's not like she's down gradient from it. You know, and that's where I'd be more
That would
concerned
be-
than if she was up gradient from it, which she is.
And I think the other concern is the way the property appears now after clearing everything out. It's a huge eyesore, and I understand that the project is going to be able to enable the driveway to improve, the drainage to be better. However, I have to say that I'm concerned about the ability for this owner to finish the project. So I guess my advice to the contractor would be to make sure that all your future projects are fully funded before you start. Because I would hate to see abandoned projects in the middle and leaving that behind.
Well,
Well, I don't think it would sit, even if that was the case. Things seem to be moving pretty quick.
why do-
Somebody would pick it up.
Why do you think there's not enough money? I didn't hear that.
well, no, just, well,
And
That's just
that's
a
not
concern.
an issue
Yeah.
for us, that's not germane to
It's
us.
not. That's
What
just
I
a
want to
concern
do
that I
is
have.
figure out, if they're putting in this driveway, are they removing additional trees by the additional work that's being done in the driveway?
You would have to.
I don't believe there are any large trees where we're proposing the new pavement, but we will come back and we're gonna go back out there and make sure that there's no trees being removed. If they are, we will definitely get those on the plan, but I believe that area is mostly low shrub vegetation. But again, we'll go back out and we'll confirm that. We'll
And I'm assuming the deck is, there's grass where the deck is gonna be right now.
There is grass, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening. Ronald DeShane, 86 Tadmuck Road. A comment on the trees that were taken down. I went the day after they finished in the beginning of July, and I counted roughly 30 stumps. So
Okay.
originally it was in the plans for 15 to 20, but I counted roughly 30 stumps.
Okay, so so we're gonna get the quote from the tree company. Did you happen to take any pictures?
I might have,
If you have any pictures, please send them to
Okay.
Sierra. If you go on the town's website, I think your email address is there. My address, Margaret Wheeler, is the chair
Okay.
of the Conservation Commission. I have a town email address. If you send us pictures, that's very helpful.
okay.
Okay, so we appreciate any information you can give us.
My other concern is a culvert running across Tadmuck Road. And there's been issues in the past on my neighbor's side at 85 that it would block up. And we have all that running water. When we have snow melt in the winter, you have a constant stream that goes through the culvert and goes down to the property at 88 down, the solid stream going right into the wetlands. So right now, my neighbor has cleaned out the right side by her property, and that's been plugging up. So now with all that grading and all the fill in, I noticed that where the exit is on 88 Tadmuck,
Can you,
the opening is
if you, the
Laser
orange,
pointer, yeah.
the orange button there, if you point it at, if you can use that to show us
If I can
exactly
find
where on the map you're talking
it,
about.
it would be in this area right here, and it's running across the road here.
The water, so there's water flowing across the road.
Right, and that's all filled in with dirt now. That's all leveled up. And on the other side of the road, it's not on that map, where the culvert is, where it starts, that's all plugged up with leaves. And I tried to pull some leaves out of it, and I noticed a lot of dirt in there. So I don't know if that's been plugged up. I don't know what the situation is with that, but that's a concern, and
So
that should be cleared out and
So
repaired.
there's a culvert there going under the road to take drainage, and
It's, yeah.
Yeah, so we're aware of the culvert. I mean, that's exactly why we had to propose this drainage system that we did with the manholes. The culvert is very backed up, and the contractor did notice that. He did talk to somebody at the highway department about that, and they told him not to touch the drain. It's city property and city responsibility to maintain that drain, so what he told me was he left that alone. He didn't touch the drain, from my understanding, so.
so we would want to connect with Kyle Fox from the DPW to kind of make sure that they're aware of it and ask what, you know, what their actions will be if we're telling property owners not to do anything.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So I got a question. Do we allow any further work here until they resolve the current issues they have with the work that was done perhaps inappropriately, like the leach field? Shouldn't we have them resolve that issue? I mean, if they built within 2 feet of,
So if,
the neighbor's property, anything that we might do, I'm not sure if somehow we're.
If
So
if there's really a flaw in the boundaries or the
Yeah,
markings.
like I'm wondering if
then
there's
how-
a flaw here and all of a sudden something has to get pushed back
Right.
or something.
I don't
wanna
I don't know
be
what
so if the
saying
work
that
for the
something else
septic and the
can
drainage
happen, 'cause
system is actually, if the work from for the septic and drainage system are actually not on this property owner's
or
property.
not located correctly and have to be relocated somehow.
Okay.
Can I just say, our office is aware of the discrepancy with the property line, and we are going to be working with the Board of Health to resolve any setback issues with the sewage disposal system. I don't believe the sewage disposal system is going to be impacted by this. I think the resolution that we'd be seeking here is a waiver, a reduction from the 10-foot setback to the property line. And the drainage system would have to be handled, I think, in a different way with possibly an easement or relocation. However, this is all separate from our proposal today. Our proposal today is
Actually, it's not. It's all the same. You know, this is the site, and the site already has issues with it, and I think that issues should be resolved before we do further work on the site. And what you're telling me is like, well, this is absolutely,
So what we really need to see is an as-built for the prior project with corrected
yeah, where things.
property lines so that we have a clean place to start for reviewing this project. Because if the property line on this plan is not correct, then I don't think we would want to proceed or do anything with incorrect information.
Right, I understand that. And yeah, we'll definitely come back with the property line corrected, and yeah, we're definitely going to be.
We need to get that straightened out. There's also issues of,
You know, and I want to find out if additional trees were taken in areas beyond where they were supposed to be taken. I want to understand that too, so we can figure out what, if anything, we have to do, whether it's additional plantings and enforcement in order to make that happen or what have you. But, you know, that's what we would do on other sites if, you know, folks became overzealous and, you know, tree removal or something like that and went beyond, you know, the boundaries that we had originally proposed or, you know, the limit of work that we had originally proposed.
okay, so,
We should have someone go out and look.
excuse me?
We should have someone go out and look.
Okay, yeah, so I think, would you like me to come with you?
If you'd like to, we can set something up.
Okay, so Sierra and I will do a site visit. You're gonna reach out with to the highway department about, the culvert function. In terms of the implications from a Board of Health perspective, you're working on an as-built plan to go with the certificate of compliance request?
That's right, yeah. We're still in that process, and really the only holdup at this point is that discrepancy with the property line. The system's been installed, everything looks good from, you know, that standpoint, but, you know, once we resolve the property line issue and we can get, you know, an as-built plan that the Board of Health would approve, then I think, you know, we'd be in a better
Yeah, I mean, part
That's
of
the most important
part of
thing
what
is the
I'm looking
property line.
for is for our next steps in terms of dealing with the situation from the currently in process project is to get an as-built that shows us where the property line is so we can understand what's happened that shouldn't, and that as-built plan with the corrected property line, I think is critical for our starting point for that work. Do you have a time frame when you think that as-built plan could be sent to Sierra and Matt?
Time frame, I'm not sure. I could, you know, estimate within 2 to 3 weeks at least. But I'm really not sure. I mean, we're working to resolve this as fast as possible.
Can
but-
you, okay, and our next meeting is December 11th. So, you would have an as-built plan for us to discuss at that meeting?
I believe so.
Okay.
We'll continue it till then, and if he doesn't, we'll do it in our
Continue
first.
it again.
But
We're not
also-
gonna let him do anything else
Yeah,
until
so
we know where we're
we'll
at.
need to continue this public hearing till December 11th, but in terms of beginning the discussion about appropriate action such as an enforcement order, and whatever we see as our next steps, is that something?
Tell us more after your site visit.
Right.
Right, but I'm thinking in terms of setting the message that says we also have an enforcement, do we want to plan for an enforcement order discussion on our December 11th meeting?
We can have that discussion based on your site visit.
Okay, well, yes, there's a site visit, but we also need the plan because, the plan,
Well, if you think that.
because I want
if
to
you-
know where the line is.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so,
And the receipt from the tree company.
and the receipt from the tree company.
Yes.
Okay. So can I have a motion?
One more thing, in terms of the comment from the neighbors, the Shanes, about activity over the property line. We're not gonna be surveying it, but that's a civil action between the two
Right.
parties. But that's something that they should proceed with and we could benefit from whatever the findings are of the results of that. If we find out that there's activity going on over the line, there was never any authorized by conservation to work over the
That
line.
certainly wasn't
Yeah,
authorized
so
by us.
if there were trees removed even beyond what the line that's shown on this plan,
Right.
that, yes, you're right, then that becomes another issue in the larger discussion.
It would be a civil action between the parties, and it would also be a concern of ours in terms of going beyond the order of conditions
Beyond what was,
authorized.
beyond what was approved on the plan,
Plan of record.
beyond just, yeah,
Beyond the plan of record,
Right.
what was authorized, yeah.
okay.
Everything has this stuff.
No,
And we're not making any determination on the deck right now.
correct.
Say again? What did you say?
The deck, we're not talking about.
We're not, yes, we're not doing anything further with this because we need an updated plan with a corrected property line.
Correct, everything stops.
Everything stops. So actually, in that case, should we continue this to this public? You have a question?
I just have one question. So exhausted from this, I can't even think straight. Give it out.
Okay,
Say-
yeah.
Yeah, it'll come.
Yeah, so in terms of this public hearing for this work, our next meeting is December 11th, the meeting after that is January 8th. In terms of having a corrected plan for this filing, would that be for December 11th, or should we plan on continuing this to January 8th?
We'll plan for December 11th.
Can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 11th?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. Okay. If you think of your question, you can email Sierra and myself.
And we'll get you some pictures too.
Okay.
And make sure you attend the other meetings. I mean, if they're meeting with Board of Health, seeking a variance to have their leaching field within 2 feet of your property
they
line,
have to get
you
it-
might want to be there for that discussion.
Would they be notified as abutters?
I don't know if they would or not, but I'm saying you're gonna want to be at
You
that
can
meeting.
tell the Board of Health that if
Yeah,
anything
I
comes
would,
up
I
to
would
let you
reach
know.
out to the Board of Health, make sure that they're aware of this and find out from them that if there are gonna be any hearings, et cetera, related to this project, that
To
you find
include
out how
you.
you can participate or be present in those hearings.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, moving on to our 7:50 PM agenda item. It's a public hearing to amend the order of conditions for Seal Harbor LLC, 427 and 429 Groton Road.
You guys have a busy night.
I didn't know it was gonna be like this.
I know. I'll try and be quick. Hopefully this is relatively straightforward. Matt Waterman with Land Tech Consultants for the record.
God, I'm freezing.
We're here for,
I'm so sorry, I need to interrupt. I think we need to read the legal notice.
Pardon me?
Yes.
I couldn't hear you.
The legal notice.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
that's
Under
quite all right.
Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and Westford's non-zoning wetlands bylaw, Chapter 171, the Westford Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 13th, 2024, at 7:50 PM in Meeting Room 201 at Town Hall, 55 Main Street, to consider the request to amend Order of Conditions 3341849 of Mark Gallagher, Seal Harbor LLC, for the addition of a dry well within 100 feet of bordering vegetative wetlands and 200 feet of Blue Brook, and changes to the driveway and dwelling footprint, abandonment of a septic system, and construction of retaining walls within 200 feet of Blue Brook at 427 Groton Road.
Perfect, thank you. She always does such a good job reading those. Matt Waterman, Land Tech Consultants, for the record, here for, it was an NOI that was issued for 2 lots, lots 4 and 5, 427, 429 Groton Road. The majority of this work is on lot 5, which is the one on this plan. It's to the left, plan left. We connected the 2 lots with one NOI. We typically don't do that, just because the riverfront area was so intertwined that it was just simpler from a permitting standpoint to permit these together. But our discussion tonight is specific to the changes on lot 5, just for reference. And on this plan, Groton Road is on Plan North. If you're going this way, you're going towards Groton, and if you're going this way, you're going towards Chelmsford, Route 3. This is the existing stone house down in the kind of the back middle of the property. Blue Brook runs along the westerly side of the property, and there's a property line that kind of zigzags through the lot. It was previously approved to preserve the house. It's always been the goal of the Seal Harbor team, is to preserve that existing stone house. There is historic value with that house. I'm sure you've all seen it. It's very, it's just a nice looking house. It's in good condition for the most part on the exterior. I think on the interior there's some challenges. And we originally permitted it with an addition, a significant kind of modern addition on this side away from the wetlands. The addition included a 2-car garage and then an expansion of the living space on both floors. That addition was just about 3,000 square feet. So it was a significant addition. They've been marketing it for about 6 months. They haven't had any luck with any buyers. They've been busy with the construction on the other 4 lots. I'm sure all of you have driven down Route 40 and seen all the construction activity with the other lots. And then they've kind of now refocused on this lot, and with the no luck with their buyers, they went back to the drawing board and tried to figure out a way to make this more marketable. We initially had some conversations with Sierra and Matt, and it was high level, and he thought it could be handled as a minor amendment. And then as we got into it a little more, and just before Matt went on his leave, he had recommended doing it as a formal amendment, just with the impacts to the riverfront, so that those are all characterized and presented to the board, which is why we're here tonight. Majority of the work, and now instead of an addition, it's a detached dwelling, and the existing house becomes an art studio. Now, in the future, that could potentially be changed to an ADU, but at this point, it's designed as an art studio with a detached dwelling. Everything.
How does that become an accessory dwelling? Isn't it over like the square footage that you would be allowed?
You would have to meet all of those standards if they were to
Because that's a big
pursue that.
house.
It's, yeah, the footprint is 1,500 square feet, and it's 2 stories, so. They would have some work to do, and I don't know, I think the maximum you can do is 900 square feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Is my understanding. So they would either have to do some demolition or, I'm not sure. Right now, like I said, the goal is to just convert it into a kind of a usable art studio space. Everything in the front of the project doesn't change. So we didn't change the driveway location up to the house. We didn't change the drainage, the grading, the restoration area, which is this hatched area. That has all stayed the same. And what has changed is just, this kind of back area. And you can see the house was sited such that we were trying to move it as far away from the wetlands as possible. And then similarly, the septic system. Previously, we were going to try and utilize the existing septic, which is under this garage now. Stormwater, again, like I said, everything up front stays the same. The only thing that changes with stormwater is updated roof drains, just to match the existing roof and the new roof. You can see those on the plan as these grid lines, kind of adjacent to each of the dwellings. And then getting into the riverfront, which is, I think, the kind of the bulk of why we're here. you know, we got into the redevelopments of riverfronts and and we submitted a letter that went through all the performance standards. I won't go through all of them, but the total disturbance is within the riverfront is minimal. It's just a small strip of land. Everything else was consistent with what was previously approved or the existing tree line. So there's no new, there's only like plus 200 square feet of new disturbance of like taking trees down, you know, converting woods to lawn area. The building offset, you know, the building is 103 feet away, the new detached building. So there was an effort to maintain that offset to the extent practical. And then thirdly is the degraded areas, which I think was Matt's focus. Not to mean to exclude Sierra, but we just had a lot of these discussions with Matt before he left. And what those numbers were, and it's basically the degraded areas for this site was either building or pavement, and how those numbers come out with this, what was existing, what the commission approved, and what we're doing now, and how significant those changes were. And those were Matt's concerns. And so we put that together in a table, and just, you know, and the numbers, you know, the existing building is 1,500, these are round numbers, 1,500 square feet. The approved footprint was, or the footprint for the addition and the existing building was 3,000 square feet. And now the revised is 3,800 square feet. So obviously that building is bigger than the addition. So it's plus 900 square feet of footprint from a house standpoint. And then the driveway, everything stays the same, but obviously we had to extend the driveway in further to get access to the new building. And that comes out to about plus 1,800 square feet. So we're talking, you know, what's that, 2,700 square feet of additional degraded. We're still well below the total degraded area that was on site, not even counting our restoration area. But the driveway used to come in and loop around the house. And so we're still significantly reducing the degraded area on site. But it did go up slightly from what this commission approved. And then lastly, you know, I think what's also important is that degraded area doesn't take into account the 11,000 square feet of restoration area within the 100-foot riverfront buffer that this project still maintains, which I think is important, because that was a big part of this pitch to the commission, you know, was, you know, reestablishing that 100-foot wetland buffer, the riverfront buffer, and then obviously implementing all the stormwater BMPs. We have been in front of the planning board as a modification about a week ago. They approved it with engineering approval that was with that, and so we're here tonight asking for the commission to amend the order conditions to develop Lot 5 as shown on the plan in front of you.
Do any members have questions?
You went over the dry well, the change of the driveway footprint, the dwelling footprint. The abandoned septic system is now, it's the one that's under the garage, the new garage, right?
Yep, and that,
Okay, and the last item you didn't, I don't think so, the retaining walls? It says that there were retaining walls added in the notice?
It's gotta be where his turnout is.
yeah, I mean, the only thing, I mean, sometimes there's some just general language, but there is some landscape retaining walls that are up against the building.
And you just, yeah,
So when I drafted the, oops, hold on, it's being a little jumpy. When I drafted the legal notice, I was referring to,
I'm
to
sorry.
this,
Yeah,
right here.
Retaining walls?
So, yeah.
I know it's only a small part, but it is in the.
Yeah, there is a
I didn't
small,
include it.
Okay, I didn't know where it was, all right.
there was kind of a depression that was getting created here just with the grading scheme, the revised grading scheme. And so we did put that wicking trench just to help kind of alleviate any ponding. But there is a small 2-foot retaining wall just to get this driveway turnaround for the.
So this is before us under an amendment or an order of condition. This is a significant change to this plan. It should be coming for us as a new plan. This is not an amendment to an existing order. Look at the changes that are being made here.
Well, actually, I have a couple of questions. I was letting you guys go first.
No,
So-
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
this is not
you're
an
right.
amendment to an order.
So
This is a
it's-
change of plan. This is a new house. This is a structure with an accessory dwelling that's being labeled right now as a studio. This is a different plan.
So what-
Let's look at it as a new plan and not just amend the order of conditions to the old plan to allow what's being built here.
Okay. So my question is, with the remodeled existing dwelling, does it include any bathrooms?
Any what?
Yes, there would be a sewer connection to that building.
So, so the bathrooms in the existing structure, do they tie into the new septic that you're building?
Correct.
And the new septic is, so how many bedrooms is the new septic size
5.
for?
I think it's
5 plus whatever's
5
there.
plus the 1, exactly.
Okay,
So it's
and just, I asked because on the plan, it's not labeled how the septic is sized. So, okay, so it's sized for the cumulative bathrooms.
Well, it's a 5-bedroom dwelling,
Yes.
but they must be considering another, at least bedroom in that accessory dwelling. So it's gotta be at least proposed for 6 bedroom.
And that's where my questions were coming from, is because normally septic design is based on your number of bedrooms, but if you're making this an art studio, does it have anything that's qualified as a bedroom that would require it to be included?
as designed, no. It would.
But the
be
septic
included-
is being designed such that it'll accommodate it in the future.
Is it?
It's designed for 6 bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, but how many bedroom,
Gotta be a
how many
yes.
so it's designed for 6 bedrooms, but how many bathrooms are in the existing?
Bathrooms doesn't matter.
I
It's
know,
not
but-
sized on bathrooms, it's sized on bedrooms.
And this is where, yeah, but this is an
They
unusual
could have
situation.
100 bathrooms.
True.
And it
It
doesn't
doesn't matter?
matter.
We could have
Okay.
It's bedrooms.
Okay,
So the septic is actually out of the riverfront and the buffer.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay, all right,
It's a new plan. This is a different plan.
I know,
This is
I know,
not an
I was just saying that
amendment.
that's outside, okay.
okay. No, but it just, yeah, I mean,
I don't care where things are located, it's a different plan.
okay. So this involved an actual amendment filing?
Yes, they filed a formal amendment, we did legal notice, notifications, everything.
Can you challenge that?
So if the,
I don't think so.
okay, so
I think they come in with, and see it, this is not an amendment to an order of conditions. This is a new plan. I'm looking at a new home. The old home is no longer the old home. It's gonna be an art studio modified into an accessory dwelling unit at a later date and time. This is not what we saw.
So what you're saying is it it has sufficient material differences from the previous approved plan that you don't see it as an amendment, you see it as,
A new plan.
you see it as a significantly different proposed
Yes.
development. What are other members of the commission? I mean, is there a motion that's hiding, is there any kind of a motion or direction?
My direction would be that we don't handle this under an amendment to an existing order of conditions. It's something different than that.
You have to redirect him to come back in a different way.
And what are other commission members' thoughts?
I think you're right.
Because,
I thought it was significantly different, but it doesn't change much about as far as what we have to decide on, what our jurisdictions are.
Right, but I don't know if amending an order of conditions is the right way to deal with this. It seems like that way somebody in the future comes in with something different, and then these are clearly material changes, and say, hey, I just want to amend this, my order of conditions, for this completely new revamp. And at some point, you just got to say no,
so would the circuit rider be the appropriate place to kind of reach out for direction or on an informed opinion in terms of how under the regulations that we are under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, is there a framework or a series of questions that that basically can provide an independent guidance of, you know, it just in terms of
The correct direction.
how we make our decisions.
I think
I
we
mean,
could come back to the commission with additional restoration area to meet that matching degraded area, and we could provide floor plans or more information on the existing house as to the use.
But do we do that under the framework of amending an order, or do we simply say, no, the order we issued was for a different plan, this is materially different, come back to us and with a new public hearing, because this is a new plan?
And I guess where I'm potentially being cautious or conservative is it says, is there any body of precedence in terms of how this situation is handled? You know, so that we are, you know, I don't know that
I don't think that something with this type of material changes, I don't remember routinely handing through an amendment to an existing order. You know, typically when you have an order of conditions, there are very minor changes. This is not, I mean, we have a whole new house here with a
Okay.
garage. I mean, this is a completely different.
Yeah, it's a new house, new septic system, an
Yeah,
expanded
yeah,
driveway.
this is,
well, how much, okay.
I would have to go along with it being
I agree.
a new project.
I just think times have changed. I mean, my house cost $25,000 when I bought it in Westford.
no, it's not even that. It's
But
just,
I'm just
it's
saying,
just that this.
you wouldn't
Okay.
even had this
Yeah, yeah.
board before me. I'm sitting on this board for 23 years, and what's coming before us now is entirely different than what came before us 23 years ago. It's, you know, size and price. I actually agree with
I
what
can-
you're saying.
I can also
I don't.
check like other past amendments that the commission has issued. I think only one has happened in my time here, but I can check other amendments and sort of see, you know, what, just in past, just to compare sort of past practice and what you guys have done before, just to have a reference point as well,
We
and
had-
certainly reach out to DEP.
And we had three options, you know, come in as a minor modification, an amendment, or file a new notice of intent.
So see, he
We
knows.
made that decision to come in as the amendment. We were initially coming in as a minor, but we could certainly take your decision into consideration and come back with a full notice of intent.
That's what we would like to see.
I agree with you.
That's what I'm hearing from the board, the commission.
I got my hand up saying I want that. How about you?
Okay,
Anybody disagree?
No, I have a question though.
sure.
So we're gonna get a new plan, because it's a new building or new structure.
It'll look much like this one though, right?
Right.
Yeah.
What's gonna change in our work? So going back to Ann's question, I was leaning the same, not that we shouldn't have a correct as-built plan.
Or that, not that it shouldn't follow, the information that we're being presented may not change, but
Our work on that plan, what will change? How will it change?
I'm still gonna do the same review as I always did. I'm not, you know, let us do that review. Let us have that opportunity.
Okay.
There might be areas where we can tighten up some of the disturbances and the limits of work.
Well,
to
okay,
provide
that's
more
one,
buffer.
yeah.
That is one.
But the
That's the one thing I can
distances are
think
not
of.
So
increasing.
that's where by doing a new NOI filing, that, then you can maybe adjust some things where you're not trying, adjust it to fit better to the new structures as opposed to trying to minimize your changes.
Yep, correct.
Okay,
And distances are not changing, right?
I don't anticipate it unless they come up with a different footprint, but no, I don't. The plan I would think would be similar unless something drastically changes, but I would anticipate the plan would be consistent with what we're looking at tonight, with improvements and more additional information on the existing building,
so,
on the use.
so for this, so first of all, are there any comments or questions from members of the audience? Just to ask it. In that case, because this is new territory for me, we've just opened a public hearing. Do we close it in anticipation of the NOI?
I think you'd deny the amendment, or, I'm not sure. I'm not telling you what to do.
Yeah,
Let's leave it open.
Okay, we'll leave it open. and-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, and figure out how to deal with it.
Yeah.
So we'll so the new filing, you would be going for the January 8th?
I would think we would miss
Okay.
the next meeting, and I would just imagine we'd have to go to.
So we will continue
January.
this to January 8th to be able to discuss it in conjunction with presumably the new filing that would be for the
Thank you very
January.
much. That's a good idea. I agree with that 100%.
Okay, so can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to January 8th, 2025?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, /25,
Someone's gonna be
okay,
living in the artist studio.
okay, so,
The artist studio.
Got a public hearing notice.
yeah, but I'm just gonna wait till Sierra comes back. I'm just waiting till Sierra comes back because, you know, that in terms of kind of being a second set of eyes and ears to what we say and do. The last public hearing. Okay. Put it on if it makes you feel more comfortable.
I might put it on as a blanket.
Yeah,
No, please.
okay.
Tight tank. Tight tank.
It's just a seasonal room, building.
Right, I saw that.
But still,
Some-
I wouldn't wanna do it. And this is like the
It's
second or third.
2,500 as well, ton,
With all the numbers that are all thrown around, I don't know how big the tank is really gonna be.
it says 2,500.
In one place it does up here, right? But down here it says 2,000.
So is that stretch of Route 40
Up here, you're right.
zone
2,500.
for, is
There,
it
provided
residential?
it's 2,000.
Okay. So if they wanted to,
That's it, not even at
if they
at the
wanted to run
outlet.
a
At the outlet, it's
art studio
21.
business out of it, they'd have to
More than
get a
that.
variance.
Has to get a variance.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or if they want to turn it into an in-law.
that's the one they pump, right, every
Whenever they
3 or 4
need,
weeks.
I
Oh,
couldn't,
yeah,
I was
personal,
trying to
but I
calculate.
was thinking, if,
Figure it out.
if somebody
all over
wanted
the
to
place.
have,
Business.
but have a personal studio business on their property, they'd need the variance.
It's like not, I mean, it's not.
Just like
hot now.
40?
Not 40.
I'm not usually this cold.
It's right there, the, so, events.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Sierra to come.
Yep, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Past my bedtime.
First, I've never seen you on the
You can be there tomorrow night?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a good thing.
sleep well.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting for
Sure.
Sierra? Jeff, I'm curious on using your design criteria, what's the frequency of pumping gonna be?
Frequency of pumping?
Yeah, because I couldn't tell exactly how big the tank
Yeah,
is.
but
We gotta wait
for
until
the public, you know what?
Never mind then.
Let's, actually, for now, let's,
Gives me more time to figure
Okay,
an
think
answer.
about it.
no,
One of the things I might have mentioned if I was gonna bring it up was that there's different sizes for the tanks.
okay.
Different
So
locations.
Sierra is coming back, so we're gonna,
Start reading.
yeah, the 8 PM public hearing is for Ackerman, 113 Dunstable Road.
Under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and Westford's non-zoning wetlands bylaw, Chapter 171, the Westford Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 13th, 2024, at 8 p.m. in Meeting Room 201 at Town Hall, 55 Main Street, to consider the request for determination of applicability application of Cynthia Ackerman for the abandonment of an existing septic system and installation of a tight tank within 100 feet of long-sought-for pond and bordering land subject to flooding at 113 Dunstable Road.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Jeff Hannaford, representing the applicant, 13 Dunstable Road. Background, this is a cottage on long-sought-for pond. It was built around 1950. It's a seasonal cottage. The plan is to keep it that way. A little more of the background is the couple that originally bought it have passed away. Their children are now currently the owners. It's in an estate. Cynthia's the executor of the estate. So they use it on weekends in the summer only. They had been having problems with the septic system. It didn't fail a Title V. It's not for sale. So when we looked at the situation, as you can see, it's a very narrow lot. The house pretty much takes up the entire width. And there is a well in the front of the house as well as the septic system. So the problem here is we can't get a septic system more than 50 feet from that well. So there's no choice but a tight tank here. Good news is, because it's seasonal, they're completely on board with the use of that, because like I said, it's a group of people that are only there on weekends. So to answer anybody's question about how often it would be pumped, right now, I really don't know, because of the situation. It might be pumped twice a summer. You know, if the summer's 3 months worth of use, you know, it might be, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 times. But again, it's not one couple that owns it. It's, I think, 3 or 4. And so spread out amongst all the owners, they're perfectly on board with what's proposed. As you can see, it does slope slightly downwards in the front yard towards the dwelling. In the back, it drops off. It's a walkout. There's a part foundation along the front, and partway down on the left side and partway down on the right side, and it's all open. It sits on piers, the back of the house. So it is all open to the weather from the pond side. So with that, we're proposing erosion control on both sides. And luckily with the house there, it's the perfect interceptor for any runoff towards the pond. So the idea would be to simply excavate right in the front and install the tank, connect it to the existing pipe coming out of the front of the foundation, and backfill it and reloam and seed. The entire front yard is lawn. There is no driveway shown because they just pull in and park on the lawn.
Has this been reviewed by the Board of Health?
Not yet.
Okay.
If you're willing to approve tonight, I would just ask that you condition it, that your approval would be conditioned upon Board of Health approval. If Board of Health wanted something changed to a point where it's not what I'm showing you, then we'd come back.
So.
But then we'd have to leave it open.
Yeah, and that was my thought,
Yeah.
was we would leave it open till the Board of Health gave you an okay, and then it would just be a very,
Quick issuance of the order of conditions.
yeah, no, RDA. And the conditional.
It's an RDA, so would it have to stay open?
Yeah, because,
So I'd still have to close the public hearing.
because, well.
Because you could, if you issue it with the condition, and if you
But-
close the hearing, issue it with the condition, and the Board of Health approves the plan with no changes, then it would be automatically,
But if they
Approved.
changed it
But-
at all, then you'd have to come back
You'd
and
have to do a new
reopen.
filing. If there was if the Board of Health came back with anything that made you have to change the plan that we've approved,
yep.
that would require a new filing.
But if I leave it open, it doesn't.
Right, if we leave it till December,
Yeah, when is your next meeting?
December 11th. When are you with the Board of Health?
I need a calendar.
We're not starting construction anyway soon, anytime soon, right?
What's that?
You're not starting construction soon, right?
They want to do it in December?
Well, so you'd also need to
Permission to
request
do that,
permission
yeah.
to work.
Well,
after
yeah, I
December.
haven't got quite that.
So it's, it would be an RDA, and we don't have that condition on RDAs.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Yeah, so he actually did submit a request, but I had responded to him that,
Because it's an RDA,
Not
so
needed.
there's, okay, so
yeah,
that,
there's no restriction on it.
that restriction's not there. Jim?
The Board of Health should be December 9th.
Okay,
I don't know if it's been set yet, but that's typically second Monday, so
so,
We meet on the second Wednesday, so.
yeah, actually,
2
Jim,
days, that should work.
Jim, did you have a question?
Yeah, my question had been, using the design criteria, what would be the pumping frequency? Because you have different sizes for the tank in 2 different locations, either 2,000 gallons or 2,500 gallons. For the
2,500.
2,500 shows on the plan, but when you, in your design criteria, it says it's only a 2,000 gallon tank.
It's the minimum
So
required, it says.
No,
No.
not minimum,
It's
just,
2,500,
okay.
but it doesn't matter as far as pumping. I don't know what the frequency could be.
No, but I think Jim,
Using the design criteria, which you have 110 gallons per day, I know that people aren't planning on living there all the time, but using those design criteria, that's what you used for calculating the size of the tank you needed, right?
Right.
Okay.
So I don't know how often they're going to be pumping.
okay, but I think, Jim,
So
you
Jim,
were also,
the Board of Health will let them know if they think there's
If-
an
if-
issue with the size of the tank.
or just a discrepancy between what's in the note and what's on the plan. Because Jim was saying in
That's
the
a
verbiage.
Scrivener's, Scrivener's errors wouldn't be
Okay, well,
a change we'd be coming back
we,
for.
okay, so anyway, we continue to December 11th. You'll presumably met with the planning board on the Board of Health on the 9th. So then we can just issue, assuming everything is fine,
Right.
we issue a negative determination or conditional negative would it be?
I believe a conditional with,
Yeah, he's probably got
Okay,
some
erosion
erosion
control.
control and some other stuff maybe.
We'll issue a conditional negative on that night, and
Yeah,
And he'll
with
be done,
erosion
and we can close the
control.
public hearing.
can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 11th?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Cool.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our 8:05 PM agenda item, it's a request for certificate of compliance for O'Neill, 54 Lake Shore Drive North. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Dan Doherty, here with Jeff Hannaford, the engineer, and Brian O'Neill, the homeowner. Apparently, we were looking for a certificate of compliance that we did not receive in your previous meetings, which I was quite taken back by, to be honest. There was a lot of comments that were made on this project that were definitely not accurate, which I'm quite upset about. I've had some time to relax. If you'd like to go through with them, I'm happy to do that now. But I feel like there was to say it was a mischaracterization of the project is being kind. Can I have a little?
Orange button.
Some of the comments that were made about this project were, first of all, history of this project is the fact that the house burnt. So the people that, Brian and his wife Leslie, have lost pretty much everything. That being said, we went through all the boards as quickly as we possibly could after a long battle with insurance companies, which is no fun. So I'm laying this out in perspective because this is people's lives we're talking about here. But anyway, this house, as it sat before, had the driveway. It had a porch in the front. It had a deck off the front. It had, on the side of the property, it had terraced stonework all the way down. It had a patio out here, which we had the approval from this board to do. If you go to the meeting, we had basically it was a 20 by 20 field stone in concrete approval to do. That wasn't done. That's why the patio was done underneath the deck. Part of the rationale behind that was that this was supposed to be stone, just crushed stone, but without doing that patio, the actual impervious material is less. We did less than we had approval to do. I think Jeff tried to point that out, but it kind of fell on deaf ears because we didn't ask permission, I guess, to do that. I can't understand why we needed permission to do less than we'd already been approved for. There was these are additional stairs and stuff that we put in. Well, no, we didn't. There were stairs there before. Stairs here and stairs there. There used to be a walkout basement door on this side. It's not there anymore. So when you talk about that we do things without the benefit of consideration, or that we do things that whatever we feel like, total mischaracterization of what we did there. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that people want to.
Okay, I think one of the things, your lead-in comment was that there was, the original approved plan had a larger patio extending closer to the pond.
Definitely, right to the edge of it.
Yeah, so I think what would have helped us a little bit is with the certificate of compliance request, when there are deviations between the as-built and the approved, we ask that they be clarified. That the patio, closer patio that wasn't built, it wasn't mentioned in the variations that, you had scaled that back. I think that would have been helpful information for us to have had.
Unfortunately, I was in Italy, and Jeff took this project, and you're thinking, Matt went out and did the inspection, so Matt was aware of it, and I don't know why that wasn't mentioned as well.
No, but that's where we look for the letter, to basically explain what's different with the as-built than from what was approved, because a lot of times these plans are busy. If it's not shown, we're not always going to remember what the full details were. That's where you can be very helpful in terms of really being clear about all those decisions where you decided to do less. Is
the point being, we didn't get the certificate based on the fact that we didn't ask permission to do less, which makes absolutely no sense to me, because I watched the meeting. Jeff pointed that out to this entire board.
Okay.
So, I don't understand. I don't understand.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So is the patio the only thing that changed? There were absolutely no other changes whatsoever done to the plan?
No.
Okay. I thought several mentioned last time. I just wanted the clarification, because I think I'm just misremembering. I thought there were more than one change.
the walkway?
The patio and the walkways now are permeable material, because before, if, going down the same side, you come down here, there were steps, it was terraced down. There used to be a side door of the house, the main entrance of the house. This was a sideways cape before, so the roof lines actually went towards the water. And we turned, it was a cape style, it's a cape style again, we turned it around, so both sides have filtration on both sides, all stone.
And that's,
that's a design thing that we did before we even came here, in consideration of Nablig.
so the walkway on the west side, you said that's permeable?
Yeah.
Okay, and that was always intended to be permeable?
Right.
Permeable walkway, okay.
But it's better than what was even approved, because originally, I think we were gonna try to reuse some of that, but it was all concrete.
So there was a concrete walkway?
Well,
that you were-
concrete brick, I mean, brick within concrete.
Okay, so there was a brick in concrete walkway there.
Without the benefit of the stone drains, though.
Okay.
Half of that was taken away,
So
2 feet of it was taken away with just crushed stone, which is there now, which is in the as-built.
Okay, so what you did was that impervious surface you removed and replaced with the more pervious walkway?
Correct.
Okay. No comments from members of the commission?
When did this come up earlier?
So I believe it was, the first week, so the original certificate of compliance conversation occurred the first meeting in October?
Yeah, I believe it was.
So that's when you were out for surgery?
I think it was the 9th.
Yeah, the
I was
ninth.
away, I was in Italy.
Yeah, and Noel was,
Okay.
Noel was
So
kind
Noel-
of recuperating from surgery, which is why he didn't remember the conversation.
Okay.
So that was, I think that was where you were going, is you were trying to, you weren't remembering the conversation.
Right.
Okay, and now you know why. Okay. So what are people's thoughts moving forward?
So the steps going down to that patio, you see where it says as-built deck above, patio below. And then you see patio and the steps. I can't remember, but I thought that we had some question as to that. Dan's saying that hasn't been built.
No, I think what Dan was saying was that,
Over here, all the way on this side, there was an area that was, and it was a circular kind of thing, so it was roughly 20-plus in a circular way, going right to the water's edge almost.
so there was,
That's,
Can-
that we have
Sierra, can
permission
you-
to
can you-
rebuild. What's
can
that?
you-
Sorry.
I'm just asking her to, so okay, so
actually,
what
it was-
you had intended to do, the original approved plan was to rebuild
Yeah.
that patio where the patio had existed.
Right, because some of it had to get redone because some of the furniture that they had out there actually melted into it.
Okay,
So some of it couldn't be rebuilt.
so they basically decided the patio was going to be left in place or replaced?
We were gonna rebuild the patio over here, closer
Okay.
to the water. This was gonna be crushed stone underneath the deck.
Okay,
The customer was like, they would like to bring the patio in underneath here. And I said,
so move the
we'd have to go
patio-
back to the conservation to do that. Let's not do that.
Okay.
So then they agreed to forego this and put it, just the patio
under the-
underneath it.
Okay,
Less impact to the,
okay. So where the set of staircases is off to the left,
yep.
kind of below and underneath that, it looks like there are staircases in kind of a grayish, is that what was?
Staircases into
It just, yeah, there, and then just to the right of it,
This is the deck comes across here.
was that,
She's talking about, was there something proposed different?
was,
Yeah.
so, what I'm trying to say, not very succinctly, is, are we just here looking at a reconfiguration of the proposed stairway from, the deck down to the ground? That it looks like there was going to be steps, a platform, and then more steps down to the ground, and just the way
Right.
that the stairs were
There's only-
reconfigured.
Right, there's only one platform there.
We should be
Steps go
comparing the
straight
plan of record with this.
Yeah, what I'm trying to compare is with the
That's what
proposed
happened
plan
the
that we
first time.
approved,
I
and
can't-
well,
yeah.
understanding if something had changed about, and this is just understanding what I'm looking at. It looks like there was originally one plan for the stairway, and with the way the deck was built and stuff like that, the stairs just in a slightly different location.
It's not a different location. This,
They're extended a little.
Okay, yeah,
because of grades.
okay, and that's me just trying to understand what I'm seeing.
Yep.
Okay.
As we had mentioned,
Do we have what was proposed? Do we have that plan?
I can
Because we were
track
looking
it
at
down.
Matt brought
The
it up last
as-built.
time, we were looking at the as-built, and we were looking at this,
So-
and
The
we were
other one kinda
comparing the two,
overlaying
and there were
it.
like
We're trying-
3 or 4
Yeah.
things that were different.
Yeah.
I wanna say the trench on this side
And I
of the
thought
house was
I
different.
thought the AC units or something, or
On the
the
crushed stone?
crushed,
Yeah.
is that what it was on
The
stone?
trench on
versus-
what side was different?
I thought there was something about the platform, the crushed stone.
Oh,
that
for the-
air
What was the other
conditioning
there,
units
yeah.
are on, the AC.
Yeah, they were saying we built walls. There were walls there before.
No, the platforms under the AC, are those AC
I-
units on the left?
They're on grade, they're right on the stone. Everything on this whole side now is complete crushed stone, nothing else.
And then I remember you had mentioned the AC units, I
was on the
think,
plan.
Jim, about those
Did they
2
want
AC
to
units on the side that weren't there on the original plan.
Yeah.
I have a hard time remembering, that's why I would like to see the plan of record versus this. There was something about that, whether it was the crushed stone or the AC units themselves, I don't know.
Maybe they, I don't know that they were.
this was
Maybe they
October
said
9th?
All
they-
new too, I don't know.
Okay.
Seems fine, it's different.
We're not saying there weren't changes. What we're saying is there were changes that made it less impactful on the lake. So, you know, if you're gonna make a change and you're gonna make it better, that's a good thing. And those are the changes you're looking at. And the issue, I tried to say it before, that when you were looking at the stairs, somebody said, oh, that's closer to the lake. I said, well, the stairs aren't a structure that you maintain a setback for. The setbacks to the deck corner, if you look at that deck corner is actually a little bit further from the lake than what was proposed.
What do you
The
want?
stairway is a little closer, but the stairway doesn't count in that situation. As a matter of fact, you've got an existing stairway that goes from the backyard right to the edge of the water. So, you know, a stairway is simply a transportation device to take people from one level to another and to do it in a safe manner. That's what those stairs are for. The stairs at the lake, they're there to keep people safe going down a steep slope, but they're also there to protect the slope. If you didn't go down the stairs, you walk down the slope, you might slip, but you're also going to wear out that slope and cause erosion. So those stairs are a good thing. The stairs we put in, yeah, that it gets people from the first floor down to the backyard with a walkout basement. But, you know, that's completely within what's allowed. The use of a pervious patio, pavers for a walkway or for the patio. If you didn't have that porous paver walkway down the side of the house, if it were lawn, people are walking down the lawn, you're gonna get erosion and it's gonna wear out. So that's better for the lake to have something like that, and it's pervious. So everything you see here, the left side of the house was gonna be a 2-foot crushed stone. The whole width there is all crushed stone. So that's even better for drainage. So there's a couple of AC units, but there's a lot more crushed stone than what was previously proposed. So again, it's just one thing after another. Decisions were made, changes were made, but all for the better. Now, were the changes brought here? No, but they were done. I tried to explain, the situation is that the changes they made were better than what was proposed. So it's hard to say somebody should be punished, you know, for making a situation better or doing less than what was approved.
And
So we're here to
I
discuss.
don't know if anybody said anybody should be punished. I
Okay.
think what we were looking for was
Oh,
an
no, we-
explanation
Well,
on
no,
the
okay.
change.
You were talking about having them tear it out and redo it.
Okay,
And so,
Hence the reason why
Yeah.
I was upset.
okay, and you're right, I think, and you know,
Sorry, Eric, what did you say?
Oh, I thought we were talking about the AC units on that side.
okay. So, okay, so Sierra has, so this was, on the right is the approved plan,
All right, so there's,
okay? Edge of lawn,
AC unit, the generators, there's a retaining wall.
so the
It's here, not there.
septic tank, so Dan, the,
Here's the other thing too, is in this project here, their septic was in the front on the lakeside.
and so
And
that's.
it's pumped up. In fact, it hasn't 100% been ever determined, but that may have been the cause of the fire, the fact that it had to pump so much, because that thing was, when we had to have it removed and pumped, it was pretty much to the max, and it was packed.
Okay, so the septic
So the
was,
septic now is
is there.
up here, and now it's gravity fed from the street side.
And, okay, so on the approved plan, did it show the patio that you were, the existing patio that was going to remain?
This one here?
Yeah.
No, but it's not showing any of the brickwork or anything there that's there.
No, but, so I guess this
It's
is,
in the narrative, it's in the conversation, so I guess the whole.
well, no, but see, a lot of this is, we see a lot, to help. We have a lot of conversations, and so it gets to the point where
Well,
the plan of record is very important to us, because that, more than the narrative, it's the picture that helps us really understand what we're gonna see and how we evaluate what we do see. This also, part of what we're also very clear on is when issues come up down the road, it's these documents in the project's file is what we go back to, because that basically is the record of what you said, what we approved, and then what happened. So a lot of it is we try and keep the record very
Right,
clear,
but
so
I
that
think-
10 years from now, somebody has a question, we've got faith in what we go back and look at. Okay.
And I can see
Excuse me,
why
was-
we
was
had
this
issue
taken-
here,
didn't you
because
do a second plan,
there
take some
are
stuff out of that?
differences
At the request?
between what we
Is this the one?
approved and the as-built, and not more than just one or two.
Well, but also
And I hear the argument that, it was all for the better, but when you see plans that are distinctly different enough, whether it's hard for us to sit and,
Well, and
even when I hear the narrative, it's like, well, there's change here. Why didn't somebody come and talk to us when these changes were being considered?
Well, yeah, but I think, and I don't want to use the word devil's advocate, because I think that's the wrong way to say it, but, for example, the smart move about moving the septic is, has it been our practice to have all of those things come back and talk to us? I think those are the kinds of things that when there's a deviation in between the as-built and the proposed, and what was approved, that's when we really love to see in the narrative, is seeing it in writing that says, these are the smart changes we did. We moved the septic away from is we're really looking for all of those things to be spelled out in the letter that comes with a certificate of compliance that describes what's different, because if you're doing those things for a good reason, we like to hear about it. It helps us understand the smart decisions that are made, stuff like that. We want to see that in black and white written out. Adding things in the discussion that aren't included in that letter really leaves us in a very ambiguous place, because it's not what's in the conversation in the meeting doesn't get recorded, and we're trying to do our job as good as we can.
That's fine, but, I've got a 30-plus year experience on Nab Lake that you're all aware of.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing I'm gonna do to hurt Nab Lake. Collectively, I've done an awful lot for that.
I remember you from the NLPA.
Yes. Jeff, the same way. I mean, he's an engineer with tons of integrity. That should count for something when we come before this board.
Actually, it does, but we have to treat all of these the same, and while both of you have great stance within the community, I know all that, we still look at this and we see the change. Glad to have the discussion tonight, Dan, because, you know, I get, you weren't here for that discussion, and it's good to hear. But without that, you're looking at the two, and we're like, you know, we just wish that people would come before us, you know, if there are gonna be changes along the line, so we are aware of it.
Or they get spelled out in greater detail in the letter that comes with a certificate of compliance, because a lot of times changes are made, and yes, we don't need to be, you know, some changes, yes, it makes sense to come and talk to us, others, maybe not so much, but it really helps to be clear and have that record so that we know all the stuff that wasn't done intentionally and why it helped.
But there's language in the act, they put best management practices all over it for exactly these reasons.
Nobody said that you didn't.
Okay.
I mean, the
right.
two plans look different, so we had questions.
Okay.
Marilyn?
No, I would just say, Dan, you know, all of us aren't gonna be here all of the time. And 10 years from now, or some other point down there, only the actual papers themselves can tell the story. So if you just look at it for the record and take away, you know, the feelings, you know, we respect what you do, I hope you respect what we do. If we have it in writing, if we have it in the paperwork, 10 years from now, someone else will know what happened.
And the homeowner and other people, if it's there in the record, that also protects the homeowner, that protects future homeowners in terms of if the record is accurate and complete as to what was done differently, then it protects the homeowner, it protects future homeowners of saying, well, you know, there's nothing that said you had to, you know, this is different than what was said would happen. What did you do? It's there in the record, and we're all, you know, it's clear for everybody going forward that
it's clean.
It's clean.
A heads up would be good for any changes, just because all orders of conditions have a standard condition that absolutely no changes can be made to the plan without talking to the commission or its agent getting that approval. So even if it's going to be an improvement, you know, it's still nice for us to know about it, especially at least at the certificate of compliance stage. But if, you know, you're going to be putting in a walkway that's not on the approved plan, if you're going to be putting in a patio that's not on the approved plan, that's something that you should reach out to us for before you do that.
I understand. If you're changing it from pervious to impervious, no, from
If
impervious to pervious,
I don't do the big patio as proposed and talked about, that's on the meeting.
Right, but it's
Just
not on the
saying
approved
it-
plan, so what I'm saying is like,
But
the approved plan
here's the
has no
point I'm gonna make
patio.
about that.
Okay.
This house burnt down, these people are in a rental, everything they have is gone.
I understand that, I don't,
We're trying,
understand that.
there's,
We're very sympathetic to
there's
that.
expedience that goes along with these projects that's above and beyond anything. The reason why we didn't come back or think that if I was to just do that on its own and still put that patio in, I definitely would have come back. I would never expand.
well, okay. And with a lot of this stuff, we're not asking for a request for amendment or any changes like that. Some of it is just reaching out, you know, phone call to Matt and say, hey, you know, it just, in terms of as things evolve, you let us know. It helps
Well,
avoid confusion.
in fairness to that, I had a final inspection. It wasn't like I didn't know Matt
Yeah.
was gonna come out and look at the
Okay.
project. He did.
Okay.
Didn't see an issue with it. It was only when we come for the final compliance that there's an issue.
Okay.
Going forward,
Yep.
we know how we like it.
Yeah, so, and
And we also don't not appreciate you. Just, let's give a clean slate to this.
okay. So, are there any comments or questions members from the audience would like to make?
I don't know if you have to, Brian, but
If you would like to say something, you can.
Well,
Can you just identify yourself for the
my
record?
name's Brian O'Neill, I'm the
Okay.
homeowner of the
Yes.
property that you guys are discussing, and I'm not gonna try to wade into, I don't know how well this stuff works. What I do wanna comment on is, you know, this was a terrible situation, and I can't thank these two guys enough for, you know, getting my wife and I back into a new home as soon as they could. But this has been a 2-year process, and it's been really tough on my wife, and I just want it over with. And I don't even really understand what we're discussing, the compliance issue, but I get a sense that I need that for this thing to be behind me, and I just want this whole situation behind me. Because it was you know, there's a part of me that wished I was still in the old house, and that's ripped away and it's never coming back. So, you know, we have the new house, it's fantastic, but I just want this whole
You wanna
episode
close
in
the
my life
chapter.
closed so I can move on and get back to normal.
Okay.
That's,
If there are no further questions, I have a motion for to issue a certificate of compliance for DEP file number 334-1811.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
it's done.
It's done, and
Not until you
will have
close
us,
it.
give us papers to sign?
Close the public
You gotta
hearing.
close the public hearing.
No, because this is
No,
a
it's-
request for certificate of
Okay,
compliance.
yeah.
Okay, so, while we're starting to sign, a request for certificate of compliance for Burn Ave Realty Trust, 12 Burn Avenue.
Everything I just said and ditto, I guess.
Okay. Well, let me just finish signing this and I will look at those. Sierra, you've got something to bring up?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring up both plans like we did for the last one. Just on the side.
Okay. Okay, and I want to look at what the stated deviations were, so I can.
Is this though?
Oh, is this the one with the 2 AC condensers?
Nice. I think the other one did too.
Yeah.
They both do?
Yeah, they both have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this whole side here that, I'm going back to that same meeting, this whole side here was all flagstone. There was a fence here.
Mm-hmm.
This was all flagstone, completely around. It went, where am I? Oh, this is the original, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's the this is the proposed, that's the as-built.
Right. Okay. So this was all flagstone, This was, some of it was in concrete, some of it was just left with grass in between. When you come over to here, off the wooden deck that used to be there,
Actually, Sierra, can you, can you show us more of the one on the right? Because I think, Dan, you're talking about existing and, no, yeah.
Oh, okay, so I thought we were
Okay,
comparing
so,
the
yeah, so you- so here
approved
you-
to what was
So
done.
this is this was the existing.
this was the existing.
Okay.
That's not showing all of this from here over. When you stepped off that wooden thing, this whole thing was all stone patio.
Okay. Not just that piece in
Not
the
just
center?
there, yeah.
Show that, right?
It doesn't show that.
What's
Okay.
that?
It doesn't show that.
Right there it does.
It just,
It
yeah,
just
it
shows
shows
it
it
in that
for
one
part of it, but
section.
not,
But I think,
okay.
Yes, if you, there's steps that go to the left, and then right there, that's all flagstone.
Okay, but only that section that's shown there
here.
on either side of it was what?
This was all tar. This was another situation where if you come into here, this was a side entrance
Mm-hmm.
on this house. Now the entrance is in the front, the front.
Okay, so, okay,
So all of this, this was tar all the way down.
so that's an asphalt sidewalk or just asphalt?
This
from
was
the-
asphalt all the way through.
The sidewalk or from the edge of the dwelling to the fence or the property line?
Why were you looking at the existing site plan instead of the
what-
plan of record?
Because that's where Dan started his narrative, so it's,
All right, okay.
yeah, I mean, it just, yeah, I want you to, want to follow your train of thought.
My train of thought is this, there's a walkway here. it goes into, this was flagstone set in concrete in some areas. From here over was more just flagstone in general.
Okay,
This was all flagstone as well,
okay.
off of a wooden deck there.
And
Those, that's the existing condition.
Okay, and then this sidewalk,
top.
there was, so the sidewalk there was asphalt, and what was on either side of it?
There was more flagstone on this side,
Okay,
and there were plants all along this.
okay, so there was plantings and there was impervious flagstones? Pervious.
Well, flagstone, yeah, there was, you could call it pervious for like an inch or two in between it or something.
Oh, okay. Well, it just,
But no, I wouldn't call flagstone pervious, not like,
no, but it just, if it's set in concrete, it's different than if it's set in
Yeah.
crushed stone. Okay. So that's what the existing, so that was the before.
yeah.
Okay, Chair, can you now, so this is what you had proposed. So you were gonna leave the asphalt sidewalk in place.
I don't, there was gonna be a walkway there.
Okay,
The plan was always for that to be brick, pervious pavers.
so it's an
We were
existing
never gonna
paved
put-
walk.
We were never gonna retire that.
Okay,
But
so,
that had to be, you know, obviously we demoed the house,
yeah,
so that's not gonna stay. It can't
Okay.
stay. We gotta dig for a foundation all around this.
okay. Yeah, because it just, well, it says existing paved walkway, and what you're now telling us is that the paved walkway was gonna be replaced with something else.
The pavement was replaced with pavers.
Okay,
This was all tar.
okay. Yeah, it just,
But that's,
I don't know what,
It says the existing one was gonna stay though, that's what we're,
yeah.
well, it,
we see existing paved walk.
I think in the
wasn't gonna
narrative, that's not,
reflect,
not in the conversation.
okay.
I'll guarantee you, we never said we were putting tar.
No, but it shows existing paved walk, and what we may not have thought of at the time is, oh, if you're gonna have to dig a whole new foundation, that paved walkway is probably gonna get
Demo.
demoed, you know, and it just, that's, you know, yeah, I mean, no, it just, no, you know.
But it doesn't say it's gonna
No.
get demoed, it just shows it.
Right, you know what, is the proposed
So why should you
plan-
why should you have to think that? I mean, why should you
No,
have to, because
but-
how would you know?
No,
From the
you know
narrative,
how
from
I
the
know?
conversation we would have, why did we come to a meeting?
Because the proposed.
We talk
plan-
about it at a meeting.
No, but the proposed plan that you're showing here says existing paved walk, which tells us that the end of your project, that walk is gonna be paved. That's what your proposed site plan showed us, is that it was gonna be a paved walkway.
And if you probably go to the notes, I'm guaranteeing you, I'm gonna tell you that this is gonna be an overdig there, and that's not gonna be flagstone again, that's gonna be pervious
There,
material.
it does say existing flagstone to be replaced with paver.
Which is great, but looking down here at the walkway,
Right.
it doesn't talk about the
Exactly.
walkway being replaced with something. So this is where we look at the proposed plan and we're taking what's written here and saying this is what we're going to see. And so that's why we place so much reliance on what you put in as a proposed, how the proposed plan is labeled, because that's what we're expecting to see.
Yes.
And if we're not catching it on the narrative, it's because we're focusing on the plan.
Because the physical plan, this is the plan of record, this actually takes precedence over everything else. You know, what's in the plan of record, and that's true from everything from the big subdivisions we do down to the little projects. We look at the plan of record, and that's really what we take as, this is what people have told us they're going to do. So this is just letting you know, when we look at something like this and we see these details, what it tells us, and that supersedes what's in a narrative. Okay, so you're gonna replace,
But I don't, what I'm saying, is there's a lot of conversation here, because
Mm-hmm.
this was gonna be all stone. I don't know that, I can't tell on the proposed if it says so. I can't tell from here this far.
It does not.
It does not.
No.
But when we have the meeting, we also know that this side of the property was gonna be crushed stone as well. Between the roof lines there. So we knew there was stone, crushed stone for 2 feet out.
We knew it was gonna be at least 2 feet here, even though this whole thing is. We put, all of it is stone, so there's no maintenance of anything at all.
Okay.
So it's a far better situation than even the proposal. We never do less than what is expected. If anything, we do more. And I guess that's why, you know, I guess in this case, yeah, I'm asking you to do more, but.
The only reason we're here is because we didn't ask permission.
Well, no, I wouldn't say, well, no. Some of it is the proposed site plan does not show that you're gonna put crushed stone there. And so some of this is when we don't see a proposed site plan clearly and completely labeled, you know, that's when we get surprised when we do see something on an as-built, if it wasn't also somehow indicated that that was gonna be on the proposed site plan. We're looking at apples and, we're trying to look at apples and apples, and it just, when we don't have the information, or it's not listed as a difference because a change was made, it leaves us with questions.
It was all explained at the previous meeting.
But it needs to, this is the plan of record. This is.
Exactly.
The proposed site plan does not show labeled that you're gonna add crushed stone.
No, but I
you
explained the
But
differences.
it needs to be
On the record.
Has to be labeled.
It has
Say
to,
whatever you want, but if it's not there, it's just.
the plan of
But
record
you're
is,
misunderstanding what I'm saying.
We
the
gotta move
plan,
on.
the physical signed engineering plan
Yes.
is the plan of record.
Right.
Everything we review, that's what we look at, that's what we expect to be complete. We do not look at narrative to get additional details that are not on that proposed plan. We expect to see everything on that proposed plan, so it's one place that's got all the information we need to know and look at.
And then we look at the as-built and we compare the two.
Yeah.
Correct. And that's where the differences show up. And that's what we discussed, the differences between the proposed and the as-built. And again, with this one, from my point of view, the changes that were made, we have to look at as, are these changes more impactful or less impactful to the resource area?
No, you need
No.
to tell us when you make changes,
No.
period, whether
Or
or not
that-
it's gonna
or
be
that
more or
you-
less impacted.
Or that you've made changes.
Yeah.
The plan here says, the proposed site plan that we approved says nothing about crushed stone on either side of the building, whether it's a narrow strip or a wide strip. That was not mentioned at all. And so when we see that,
But can I just say this, Michael? One thing. We got approval for this, so you're telling me that I was approved to do that without infiltration on both sides? So you're telling me the conservation said that was okay for me to do that?
well, if it was gonna be grass or something like that, you get your infiltration that way.
We
You know,
didn't think
if
it was gonna be impervious.
No, we didn't think it was
And it
gonna be,
wasn't.
if it's lawn, if it's crushed stone, either of those lets water infiltrate in. And a lot of that becomes the preference of the homeowner. Do they want grass on either side of their house, or do they want crushed stone? And both of those are pervious surfaces. Yeah, if we might have said something, if you had said, we're gonna have a concrete walkway on both sides. But it just,
But when we have
If I could, I don't want my words to be misconstrued. So, at the last meeting, I know that it's the proposed versus the as-built. Before I bring it, I do look, I say, what's different? And despite what it may sound like, I have to first say, are these changes more impactful or are they less impactful to the resource area? because that's the number one thing we're trying to protect. So that's what I want to identify first. That isn't the end of it, but that's what I'm supposed to do, is are we outside the regulations? Are we inside them? What happened here? So as I look at it, I have to make a determination. Is it more impactful or is it less? In this case, it came down to impervious versus pervious, and I did the calculations. I did them with the proposed plan. There was a certain amount of impervious that was going to be increased that was approved with the proposed plan, and in the as-built plan, there's less. So we have a net less impervious in the as-built plan. I explained that at the meeting. I'm not saying that I'm explaining away any sort of responsibility. I'm just saying that as far as the regulations are concerned, that we looked at it, we said, this is less impactful. If it were the other way around, then we would have had an entirely different approach, because now we'd be looking at how are we going to correct this, regardless of who approved what and when, but we can't come in here with something that's more impactful and treat it like it's okay. We can't. So I would have had to come in with a plan on how we're going to correct that problem. So when I approached this, I said to myself, well, yes, there were changes, but thank God that these changes resulted in a better situation. So again, as we were discussing this at the last meeting, I think it suffered from the previous hearing on 54, where the decision was made, nope, there was no permission, we want the homeowners back here. I came in with this one right after that, and the changes were made, but, you know, from my point of view as what's more impactful, less impactful, I do run across people that do things, and then I say, you can't do that. You're gonna have to take that out, you're gonna have to change. And so I'm always looking for that first. When I saw this one, and I just said, this is good. And so when we got to it, and it was, well, there's changes, we gotta have somebody come in, because there was no permission granted. So I get that, but at no point am I trying to say that I don't care about the difference, or I don't look at the differences, and I'm glossing them over. Again, you know, I went out with Matt, we looked at everything. You know, we're trying to cover everything, but yeah, I get it, that not all permissions were granted, and
Okay.
Those engineering design decisions that you were just talking about, those really shouldn't be happening after you've built it and you're looking at the as-built diagram. Those should happen before you put down pen to paper for the proposed site plan. So you look at which is the better design, which is the one that's least impactful. All the words that you used are good words. They were just at the wrong time. You're looking at it after the building is built, after the project's completed, and as you're presenting an as-built diagram. That's not when we want to hear about it, and it's not when you should be making those decisions either. You should be making those decisions when you're deciding how to propose a site plan. And then we review that site plan, and if it's good enough, then you go ahead, proceed, build the building, and your decisions at that point are, did I build what I was told them I was going to build? Did I build the plan that was on the plan of record? And that's what we want to see.
Right.
I understand things could be better, and if they are and you want to make something better, come before the commission and say you want to make a minor modification, or maybe it's not a minor, I don't know. But if you want to make changes, let us know about them. But those kind of decisions about which is the better alternative, those should happen before you put pen to paper on the original plan.
Right, and in a perfect world, yes, but sometimes it happens, but I just,
and if you come up with an idea, and if it happens sometimes, that's when you...
That, you're right, I trust him, he trusts me, so in the end, it worked out right, as far as the actual work. The permission part is the part that's the problem.
The permission, or just the information that, but anyway, okay, so I think we're saying, Marilyn, you had a comment.
I like both of you. I trust both of you. Your process was a little screwed. Going forward, okay, we're gonna get stuck here in 12 more hours, and we'll all have feelings that we shouldn't have. You did the right thing, but you needed to come back, okay? Going forward, you'll always come back. You'll get the okay. It'll be in writing most of the time. It'll be in writing, and when we're not here, as I said, you know, in 10 years, whoever looks at that will see the way it was and the way it should be. I think we're beating a dead horse here,
Yes,
and I think we need to stop.
Okay, so are there any comments or questions from members of the audience?
I'm with her.
Okay, if there are no more questions or new information from the commission, can I have a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for DEP file number 334-1779?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Dan, I'm sorry you weren't here in October, that we might have.
I had to be in Italy.
Well, that's a nice place to have to be. So, I hear, Sierra, can I have something to sign? I hear where you're coming from. I think you're hearing a little bit better how we try and look at every project the same. We try and ask questions, and sometimes things take us by surprise, and, you know, and that's where communication helps.
Sarah, I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Moving on. Moving on to our 8:10 PM agenda item. It's a request for work after December 1st for Hill 50 Lakes Shore Drive South.
I can't believe I'm gonna be the easy one.
I hope so.
Peter Blaisdell.
Right. Don't count on it.
Thank you. So, I think everybody remembers, this was the one that had all types of outstanding orders and enforcement orders. I'm happy to say that a lot of the work that was requested with Mr. Hill to be done has been done. So we met with Matt on September 30th. The erosion control was put in. The concrete steps have been repaired. I'm sorry, I'm starting now. You got me. I'm starting to get tired here. All the brick has been repointed. The door has been resealed up. The stairs have been repaired. The concrete pad over the vault has been repaired. So what we're looking to do is to get moving on the foundation. The True Grid steps are going to be underway. We've already reached out to Chapter 91. We're going to be preparing an application for them for the dock. The twice-a-week environmental monitoring with a weekly report has been submitted to Sierra and Matt. Everything seems to be going very well. So that being said, we'd like to continue working. He's hoping to have the foundation in first or second week in December, and then once that's done and backfilled, there really won't be any more outdoor work. He'll be just working on the house for the summer, for the winter.
So, once the foundation has been poured, how long before they can actually move soil back against it? I mean, you know, is it the next day? Do they have to wait a week?
Once you strip the forms, they usually backfill it within a week.
Okay, so where I'm poking at this is the foundation may take a week to install, but then you look at, you know, is curing time, removing the forms, backfill, we really need you to give us more, you know, we're looking for a specific date because our meetings are December 11th and then not another meeting till January. So if you, for example, if we gave you permission to work till December 13th, and you were finding that things were going against you and you weren't going to be done by then, you could come to the 11th and ask for an extension. But if we only said, oh, we'll let you work till December 7th, and things go against you, you know, you're then potentially stuck.
Well, whatever, I don't know how long you like to give the, so December 1st.
So how long
is
are you
the
looking
start.
for? How long is it gonna take to put in the foundation?
and get, and, you know,
And
if.
backfill it.
Backfill it.
If we
and-
give you
and-
December 1st to January 1st, is that enough time?
That's what I was just gonna say. Do you wanna
Okay.
do, do you wanna do 4 weeks and then,
Yeah.
you know, we can
Fine.
always.
And if you need more, just come back.
Yeah, you
that's-
can come back the
that's
11th or
fine.
the 8th.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So, can I have a motion to approve the request to work after December 1st at 50?
we have a
Lake-
hand.
Oh, that's,
Through
have no
January.
questions.
Okay.
No,
So
no,
moved.
so can I have a motion to approve the request to work after December 1st, from December 1st till January 1st, 2025 at 50 Lakeshore Drive South?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good. I did want to ask you a question while I hear only Mr. Hill wants to, I'm going to be really quick. And again, it seems to be very, very much in tune with what's going on tonight. At the back of the house, there was a 12 by 18 deck. He would like to convert that to part of the house and then put a deck next to it. It won't really change how close we come to the lake. Would you want to see a minor modification?
No, I'm not. No. We've been working on this thing for decades. You know, let's see a plan, let's see what you want to do, let us take a look at it.
Absolutely, minor mod or just submit
Minor
to
mod,
you?
amendment, or NOI?
How big is the
How
deck?
big is the
Might need to
thing?
see the plan.
So the deck would be converted to a house, it'd be 12 by 18, so it's no bigger. And then the deck would be next to it.
And what's the size
So
of the
new
deck?
Side, to the
Where?
front, to the back. Yeah, it's been a long time, I don't have the,
Quick question.
So, that's where the deck was proposed. He would
deck
make
come
that
out.
part of the house, and then he'd put a deck here.
You okay?
It's a big
Am
change.
I all right? I
So
know.
there's a new deck in addition, right?
Yeah, the deck is all new.
So there's already a deck on there. That would,
yeah, just walk it around, show, yeah.
I feel terrible doing this, I'm so sorry.
Okay,
So
so,
the shaded in, that's
Okay.
where the approved deck is now.
yeah,
That would be just become part of the
The
house.
deck
That would be
becomes
like
a
a
house,
family
and
room.
then there's a new
And then the
deck.
deck would be put here.
But it's not
okay,
mine.
so an additional deck.
Not mine.
So
Yes.
12 by 12
That's one of
becomes
the
part of the
choices
house,
to
12 by
throw
12 becomes a new
Yes.
deck.
So,
So,
no minor mod, no minor mod, no minor mod.
Okay, you want amendment?
Ben would work, a man would work.
No, this is,
It's too bigger than that?
well, it's
the
still
deck
the
is new,
same,
right? The
it's,
space within the,
So where
Within the
where the
buffer.
deck is now, that you all approved, that would become part of the house. And then we put the same size deck next to it.
Was it a concrete pour deck, was it a wood deck? or
It was
something?
gonna be,
This would become part of the house.
so,
and that
so
would be there, yeah.
when you make it part of the house, does that mean it's part of the foundation now?
Yeah, frost wall
It's gonna be
foundation, the
closer.
whole
It
nine.
would be.
A frost wall or full foundation? Because you
It would
haven't
be a full
done,
foundation.
so you're gonna have a bump out on the foundation.
Bigger
Yes.
than,
But this is gonna
So
be.
if
a
you're
little
changing the
closer than
foundation,
this.
does that,
Unless we just did a second floor,
Still 80.
you know, up in the air.
so, are you getting any closer to the resource area?
No.
With,
Yes.
you-
No, we're not.
the
Yes.
new deck
Yes,
is there.
yes.
Yes.
You gotta,
From here to the resource area versus this corner to the resource area, this is a little bit closer.
No, it's not. That's,
Why did you use that as a distance? That should be the,
that went to the stairs. That went to the stairs.
all right, the stairs are parallel with the deck, right?
Well, so that would be part of the house, and that would be part of the
Oh, I
deck.
thought this was this was the deck and that's the house.
So it's
Backwards. That would be,
Oh.
the,
Okay.
yeah, it's late. I'm sorry, everybody.
I don't like going through these at the last second.
um,
Here we
Yeah,
go.
so I can,
but does this affect the foundation you wanna put in the beginning of December?
yes.
yes.
Yes, so here's the problem, the architect has to do one final foundation plan, and this would be the deciding factor.
So,
If it's gonna be, if it's gonna
So
be.
this is the existing deck.
An
gonna be
amendment,
part of the
I
house?
can do that, if it's a minor
It's the other way
modification,
around.
I can do that.
That's the house and this is the deck he wants. I know, it doesn't
Yeah.
say, it's
so,
not clear
so
right
is
now.
the distance from the permanent structure to the resource changing?
The addition and the house are not clearly labeled.
or not what?
You mean,
The closest point is 80.9 feet.
I can't hear
okay.
you.
But you can't tell what that
probably
80.9
Probably
feet
a little more
is.
than that.
It doesn't say what it's from.
Okay,
It'll be more than that.
But what's, where the
think
deck
this
is
is mine.
proposed,
Yeah.
I
what's
think
under the, what's there right now?
what would be
Oh,
under
this is
the
a new
deck?
deck.
Oh, it would just be, crushed
what's-
stone.
No, what's there right now?
Right now, grass.
Grass. So this is, you're building within the 100 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is within 100 feet. That's the 100-foot buffer, the green line.
Right, so we're building a new structure within the 100 feet, and then this is becoming from a deck
Yep,
to
that's
part
going
of the
from a deck
house.
to a salt house. So, again, I'm not asking you for your permission.
No, well, you
can-
talk
You can
about-
show up and say, no, absolutely not. What I want to know is,
What's the
should I
review?
file a minor modification? And then you can say, absolutely not.
Well, you're talking about pouring a
I
foundation
don't
for
think
this,
we'd
right?
say absolutely not. I think we
Yeah.
just want to figure out the proper way to do it.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
If we were to change the foundation, how would you like us to do it?
In our agenda, it was just gonna be work after December 1st.
I know.
And now we're considering it
Yeah.
either a
No,
month.
I'm
No,
just
he's-
trying to, for a future.
He's asking how to come back and ask for
Because I don't
this
want to waste
additional
your, I don't want to
change.
waste your time.
Okay.
No, but you're asking to pour foundation for this.
Right,
Yeah.
but he's not as part of tonight's
No, this is
approval.
just your direction.
Okay, I thought you needed to do that at the
No,
first.
no, he's just getting direction.
No, no,
Okay.
just your opinion, because after everything I've seen you guys, ladies and guys, go through tonight,
Yeah.
especially Marilyn, I just wanted to know, what would you like to see? You don't, I'm not looking for
Let's-
approval.
The oldest member on the crew.
What's the, yeah, what, looking at what they're proposing to do, you know, the three options are, a minor mod amendment and a new NOI.
I know what, yeah.
Yeah,
What about an amendment?
amendment,
This is big enough, right?
You think it's big enough to be bigger than that?
I don't know.
12 by
you guys
8,
tell
what,
me.
12 by 18, you said?
Yeah.
It's 226 feet, 26 square feet.
And a deck.
And, yeah, well, he had the deck before, so it's just.
No, the deck is gonna become part of the house.
but the deck, the
Yeah, but he's
future deck
moving
is,
he's
That's
still
it,
gonna have
okay,
the deck on
essentially
the
that.
side of what
Right,
he's building
right,
on the
right.
house.
And
Yeah.
that news a house.
Yes amendment, no amendment.
how many, okay, can I have a motion
Sure,
to,
Amendment.
amendment?
Amendment.
All those who think this should be filed as an amendment, please raise your hands.
It's changing the foundation. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
Fair enough, thank you.
okay, so an amendment.
That's all good.
This amendment is bigger than NOI, right?
No, NOI is a
sorry,
whole
not-
project.
Yeah, amendment's not a full-blown notice of intent.
It's not a minor mod.
Right,
It's
exactly. It's bigger than a minor mod.
All right, let's hear from Bill.
Okay, so, moving on to our 8:15
Bye,
PM agenda.
thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you for your extra time.
Our 8:15 PM agenda item, good evening, Bill.
Good evening.
You can talk from the table, Bill, if you'd be more comfortable.
Yeah, have a seat.
I suggested having this on the agenda myself, and mainly because the poster that's at this concerns the kiosk that's near to the Stone Arch Bridge. The kiosk is on Cold Spring Road, and there's a bear poster there now, but it's very, it needs to be replaced partially because it got damaged by rain leaking into it. So here's copies for everyone.
I think she has pictures, right?
And so, not only,
No, the packet had the new poster,
Oh, okay.
and Bill's
oh, I
hanging
see. Oh,
around.
do you already have that?
Yeah.
Yes, Sierra included it in the meeting
Good.
packet, so we have
That's
the
what a
new.
red poster looks like.
Yes, so I'm suggesting not only to replace, not only to repair the one that's damaged by rain leaking in, but also to have a new one. And so that's my reason for suggesting being on the agenda.
So, now, I know you've also reached out to the scout troop.
Yes, the Girl Scouts. Girl Scouts created the one that's there now, which is damaged by rain, and they have no objection to going with the new one that I'm proposing.
So would they make the posters?
I'm proposing to make it myself
Okay,
and get it laminated, and I can install it also in a way that it won't get rain damage.
so what you're saying is, so in effect, you are gonna be the one creating and mounting the posters, as opposed to in the past, the Girl Scouts created the posters and mounted them?
Yes, that's my proposal, yes.
Okay. And you said there's one at the Stone Arch Bridge, and you're now proposing other locations as well?
No other locations, no.
Okay. Okay, okay.
This is fine.
And I see you have, or on the copy that Sierra sent out, it had the animal control officer's name on the bottom. Are you gonna be replacing that with your name or just leaving it blank?
We could do it either way. Well, I don't think my name would be appropriate, but I wouldn't object to that. But it could be the Conservation Commission, or it could be blank. And in the interest of time, how about leaving it blank?
Well, and my understanding was that, you know, that I think she asked not to have her name.
Oh, okay.
That
who
just-
would be putting this
We're not looking for them, people, if they see a bear, to call the Conservation Commission or the Animal Control Officer or the police, or, we don't, just information is all it
Okay,
is.
so what you're saying,
Just blank would be fine.
so
nobody's
basic, not anonymously, but without the word anonymous, in terms of no byline listed?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
okay,
That works.
Thank you,
that
Bill.
works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve Bill Harmon's proposal to create the poster mounted at the Stone Arch Bridge as discussed?
And he's gonna hang them.
And he's gonna hang it, yes.
So
Yes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Bill.
Nice
Sorry
work.
you had to wait that long.
Yes.
Oh, it's all right. I'm impressed that,
Excuse me?
I'm impressed that you have the patience to be on the job here for
I'm only gonna be 90.
You're gonna be 90?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. So, moving on to our 8:20 PM agenda item, it's an enforcement order compliance with 426 Littleton Road, Wilma Realty Trust. I appreciate your patience.
Probably a movie would be better.
Well, yeah, but some of it is, would you rather watch and listen or be the subject under discussion? Okay, so, good evening.
Good evening. Oh, my God.
Mr. Carr. So I met with Sierra this morning on site to look at the new siltation fence that Matt had asked to be put out there. And to go over, or just to point out where some of the items on the mitigation plan that I sent in were planted. So I know Sierra sent me a email regarding the fact that the wattles weren't.
Yes, which I apologize for not realizing on site, but the enforcement order did specify both of them, so I thought I would just pose the question to the commission if they thought that in this case, maybe the silt fence is
Well-
sufficient, or if they would like to see them.
The fact is, they are both there. The wattles are on the other side of the silt fence.
They are?
Yes.
Not the ones that, not the green ones that are way, way behind. They're
No?
they're actually right on them.
Yep. So.
I've never seen it that way. I'm sorry. The wattles are always in front. I didn't see it.
I always see them in front, too.
Yes.
I guess.
So,
Okay.
I have a lot of pictures of the site when they were putting the stuff in there, but this is the only one that I have that shows that they were starting to install the wattles down the backside of that. They're not on this side where the driveway is, but
Well, I'm
they are
amazed
right
that I
along.
was unable to see that looking down that entire.
Well,
We
they
all
are,
live and learn.
but they're all
Okay.
there. They are, and I stayed there until they finished everything that Matt had asked for. So that it's silt fence and then the wattle is immediately behind it. So if you don't stand and look right over, which we didn't do, and look right over the silt fence, you won't see the
No,
wattle.
you can't see it at all from this angle. You only see the
Yeah.
little bits that are in front of it,
Yeah.
not what's behind it.
This is
See
where they
anything behind it.
started laying out the wattles that come down behind there.
Okay.
So then that's the truck laying out dragging wattles down the other side.
Okay. And so, so the wattle is on the side closer to the disturbance rather than
On the pavement side.
on the pavement side? Okay. Okay,
Is that typical, though? I don't remember seeing it installed like that. I always see the wattles in front of the silt fence.
trying to,
Well,
It doesn't, are you,
Well-
and it just, but it doesn't, are you saying it doesn't matter what side it's on?
well,
In this particular case, I don't think it really matters, because if it was on the pavement side, it really wouldn't have any effect. Because nothing is, the only thing that's coming down the pavement is water.
And in this case, you're more concerned about what's happening on the
Right.
disturbed side, which
Right.
is away from the, because, yeah.
No, and that's fine, I just,
Yeah.
asking the question.
Yeah.
Sometimes like, if we don't see straw wattles, we really want to see the silt fence keyed in. Here it seems to be following along the surface, but it looks like with the straw wattles at the back of it, it's giving the protection you're looking for. But
Well,
I don't see it either,
Right. The siltation fence is dug in all
Is
the way
it?
around. Yes, they had the
You can see it
ditch
in the
witch out
photograph.
there, and he did go around the entire perimeter.
Yeah, 'cause
We
it-
will fail a erosion control inspection if it's not keyed in.
All right,
It
I-
happens all the time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I'm thinking about driving along Nutting Road, and yes, there's pavement, there's the wattle next to it, and then there's the silt
Silt
fence
fence,
behind
yeah.
it, but because they're concerned about water flowing from the roadway off
Well,
towards the resource area.
Well, Matt's main concern was the dirt,
Yeah,
particularly coming from the right side, because it kind of pitches to the left. If we had a heavy rainstorm, the dirt would be carried down the pavement into the little stream under the bridge.
okay,
So we there really wasn't that much room to put the wattles along the edge of the pavement, and we just stuck it on the back as additional barrier to keep the silt from running
okay.
that way. It would run down to the corner, and there's a double row of, which I think is more visible in my picture, but there's a double row of wattles going off to the side at the corner of the crossing.
So the erosion control are now in the right location, and they're complete and they're straight and they're stuck in. So the next piece was the restoration plan.
Yes. So
And
we,
these- Yeah, and Sierra had sent out a copy. So the proposed plantings are in the area where,
most of the trimming had been done when they placed the
Okay.
original.
so it's,
If you look straight past where the colored dots are, most of the colored dots, that's the proposed planting areas. That's where most of the shrubbery had been trimmed or cut, along with a number of little saplings. On the bottom side, there were a couple bigger trees right along the edge, not over the silt fence, but right along the edge of the silt fence. There were some trees that may not have had to cut. But, so we're proposing some additional mitigation for some of the tree, or a couple. There was one particular big one that Matt wanted replaced.
and these are all, the mitigation species are all native?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of the cuttings were winterberry on the shrubbery, so we are proposing quite a few replacement winterberries, along with some blueberry and arrowwood. The arrowwood is facultative, so that's, blueberries also, that side going towards the stream that comes down between us and Kimball's. There's a lot of wetland shrubs in there. We're just kind of supplementing what's going on in that area as well.
Let's see. Was there anything else we needed to?
No, I don't think so. They needed to take care of the silt fence and wattles and the restoration
Restoration
plan.
plan.
I think those were the two.
And the rest,
main
the
things.
plantings will happen in the spring?
Yes.
Okay.
So the question was whether or not we wanted an extension past December 1st. First, what we would like to happen now, between now and December 1st, is to clear the area inside the wattles and remove the stumps. That's it. What's
So
gonna happen
within the
is,
erosion control?
Right, inside the, where the proposed building and stuff, all the work, proposed work would go. The dump truck is gonna back up the paved area, and it will not go into the, it will not go off the pavement.
Have you given Sierra a written request for the work
Well,
after
They're
December?
not talking about working, they're
Right.
talking about before.
Oh, before, between now and December
Between
1st.
now
I'm
and
sorry.
December 1st.
Yep.
So
I
the-
forget there's
The
3 weeks.
proposed work is to back the dump truck all the way to the end of the pavement, but not go off the pavement. And just have the excavator do the work of removing the stumps and loading the truck, so the truck is not carting dirt out of the property anywhere.
So
It'll be
the truck stays on
on
the
the pavement,
pavement,
yep.
and they.
There's a little, right now, there's a little, I had the erosion control guys make a little gate with the silt fence at the very end, so that the excavator could get in, and then they could close it, and then they would just work loading the dump truck, but not have the dump truck cart wheels and wheels of dirt out onto the road. Now, we would hopefully be able to complete all that by December 1st. If we can't complete it by December 1st, we're not gonna do any work after December 1st, we'll just
You just leave it till the
leave it
spring.
until the spring. If the contractor can't get the job, or can't start before December 1st, we're not gonna do any work at all.
From a matter of process, this work that you're talking about doing,
Stumps.
the stumps,
Yep.
it's, so, because Sierra and I had talked about this, in terms of when you've completed all the actions outlined in the enforcement order, it's how do we, is it, we lift it, compliance, in terms of the mechanics of what we do to basically say, the conditions have been met, and so now we get, in essence, we're closing out the enforcement order, and I kind of don't remember how we do that.
I actually had reached out to Matt, and he did respond that we don't need to take a vote to lift it.
Okay.
We don't have to be that formal about it, I guess, because I was just assuming that we had to, you know,
Okay.
to close it
So
out or
did
something.
I.
But but he said that it's not necessary. So
Okay, so then, in terms of the work that you wanna do prior to December 1st, where I'm kind of, why you're asking permission to do work if.
Well,
We have to lift the enforcement order?
Right. The reason we're talking about that is, at the last meeting, the agreement was if we satisfied the enforcement order request, whatever if you want to call it that, then we would be allowed to proceed with what had already, what led up to the enforcement order, because we had already started cutting some trees.
So I think what I need to do is ask for a motion, now that the conditions of the enforcement order have been met, we, the,
Aren't you lifting the enforcement
we
order because the
lifting the
conditions have been met?
we lift the restriction on no work on site while the actions of the enforcement order are outstanding. Does that sound right?
Is he still subject to the enforcement order?
Well,
If he's not, then we're just lifting the
Lifting,
enforcement,
yeah.
there's no
Okay, so
longer
lift
an
the
enforcement order.
and
It's
then you can
satisfied.
actually get back to work.
Yes.
Right.
So can I have
And
a
he-
motion to lift the enforcement order?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right? Okay, thank you.
Does that,
Yeah, and
does that work for you?
Yes,
it does, and it lets him go to work.
Yes. Okay,
Will we have to come back if we do the stumps in the spring?
versus
Before, if you do it before April 1st, if you wanted to do, and then you would have to come back.
but if it's after April 1st, you don't.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, just come back and ask us if you want, you know.
No, you send it, you send a request to Matt in writing, and then it'll come in a meeting, and we'll
Yeah.
talk about it.
Okay.
But yes, the requests always have to be in writing. of specifically what you want to do, if you want to do it before April 1st. Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What's left of it, yeah.
Okay, request to reissue certificate of compliance for 7 Anna and Teresa Way, DEP file number 334-0948, 0948A, and 0948B. I think there was material in the packet that certificate of compliance was issued for the two, the A and the B, but never for the main order of conditions. So can I, and I believe we got the thumbs up to do it. So it's a reissue. Can I have a motion to issue or to reissue a certificate of compliance for DEP file number 334-0948? 334-04
0948A
and
334-0948B.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Think we're
Do we
tired?
need- Is there something we need to sign for that?
Oh, yeah.
Takes 3 of us to read a motion.
Okay, and then there's also the request
Working
for
through it.
certificate of compliance for
6 guys.
Ryan Development LLC, 5 Liberty Way. DEP and file number 334-1104, 334-1338, and 334-1610.
Like, has anybody looked at it? Is it all good?
Are they okay?
Yeah, I went out today, they planted 4 trees, they actually sent me pictures a few days ago, and I made it out there today to just look at them in person. It looks fine, so that was the only outstanding item, I believe.
Well, one of the questions that had come up was, because normally, we ask for trees to be monitored for.
For a season or two, yeah.
So one of the thoughts had been, the trees are linked specifically to one of the, DEP file numbers, so we could we issue a certificate of compliance for the other 2, and then sometime during the 2025 growing season, as long as those pine trees are looking good, issue the certificate of compliance.
So that's fine. So which one do we leave
So,
out?
can I have a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for DEP file numbers 334-1104 and 334-1610?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And then the 334-1338, sometime next growing season, the pines are looking good. We can do it, that one then. Okay, have people had a chance to look at the proposed meeting dates?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where did you send it?
In the meeting packet.
Okay.
I missed the whole.
Okay.
It's all right. As long as there's no Jewish holiday in anything, we're fine.
Well, there is one.
There's one.
There
We
isn't.
took it off.
Well,
We're not meeting on that date.
Yeah, we're not
So
meeting
you're
that day.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we moved that one to the
That's
next.
what I
On
meant by it.
one of them, on the second page, there was a January 1st. It might have been supposed to be a.
January what?
Oh, yep. That's,
Just a typo.
Yep, yeah, that's a typo on my part, I'm sorry about that.
I missed that?
Make sure I fix that.
Bottom of the deck, the packet, meeting packet.
I think it's in the electronic meeting packet, it's probably not in the hard copy one.
I did not see it in the hard.
Okay.
No, it's not in the hard
Look at
copy.
the electronic.
So,
That
yeah.
doesn't help me. As long as there's no Jewish holiday, I'm not worried about it.
Okay, there is, the February 26th is a Hindu holiday, and the July 23rd, we would be meeting at the same time as the ZBA.
Do you know anything about the
Is that a
26th? I mean, is it a prohibitive kind of thing, or?
When I was initially putting this together, it seemed like it was on a list of like work restricted type of holidays, so those are the ones that I primarily tried to stay away from. I did reach out to the DEI committee for, confirmation or to get a little more information about some of the other holidays for all 3 of our boards. Unfortunately, I've not
Us
heard
to hold
back.
off and do it at our next meeting?
I've not heard back from them in a lengthy amount of time that makes me think that I might not hear back from them again.
Okay, we can always change it
Well,
if we found
yeah,
out, yeah.
I mean,
Why don't
it-
we go with it and then change it?
Right, if we need to make an adjustment for the
Right.
February 26th date, we can just do it on the fly.
Yeah, we have plenty of time for that.
Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the proposed 2025 and early 2020?
I'm sorry, the one that the ZBA is also meeting, what are we doing there? Are we gonna meet in an alternate location, or are we
Oh,
gonna
they
bump
have-
it to the next
This
week?
is their room?
Yeah,
But it's
everybody meets in
okay.
this, yeah,
But
all three of our boards are
It's
meeting in
our
this room.
day.
But it's also their day.
Apparently,
Well, I mean,
I don't know how that happened.
Ours is the second.
July 23rd.
I don't know how that happened.
Second and fourth. Don't we always get that?
Yeah, that's why this isn't usually a problem. It was supposed to
Can
be,
you send me that?
maybe they changed
Sierra?
it.
Sierra,
I'm sorry, what?
can you send me those dates on, when, if you have time?
It's on your
No,
electric.
okay.
No, this is
It's
last
in,
day.
it's in the meeting packet that you can get from the town's website. Yeah.
Electronic.
That's 2024, we don't have
Go onto
2025
town,
yet.
go onto town hall.
Town
Oh,
website.
stop it, I'm not going into town hall, don't give me.
No, you go on their website.
Yep.
Okay.
You can
Forget
download it.
Forget I asked for it.
It may have been that the ZBA might be meeting that day because the previous week, which would normally be theirs, is a holiday that we're not sure about. That
Oh, so
might be what happened there in July.
Then they can look for a different place.
Yeah.
Or do we want to just do, we could all, because it's a 5 Wednesday month, we could also just meet on July 30th.
Right.
Way.
No?
We just hang out here for another few hours, we'll be.
We'll cover it.
We'll be there.
We'll already
It'll be
met on
July.
that
We meet
meeting.
tomorrow.
We'll check it out.
Yeah, did,
So what's the deal? Come on.
It's 11 o'clock, guys, let's
Yep,
finish
let's
it.
get out of
I
here.
have to be up
Yeah.
at 6, come
I
on.
know, okay, so,
Why don't we just
Have to work
table it to
tomorrow.
our
Okay.
meeting on the
So we
December
will-
11th, so we can check some things?
so, okay, so we will come back and deal with it on December 11th.
That means on December 11th, we're gonna be setting our next meeting, and we don't actually have any meetings scheduled after December 11th, though.
So we have to get it, right.
I think we have to get a schedule today.
Just accept it the way it is. If we have to make
Okay, yeah,
changes, we'll make changes.
We can accept it, and if we
And
find
figure
that
out where
there's
we're
a challenge with
meeting.
the ZBA, we can just,
Yeah,
one of
well,
us
that's in
can.
July, we have plenty of
Fine.
time.
Or we
Yes.
can ask them to find another place because.
Or they can go to the 30th.
Yeah,
Yep,
right.
they have not
Because-
solidified their dates yet. This
Okay.
was all based on, like,
Okay,
drafts and
just
whatever,
let
so-
them know
So-
that they're knocking us out of the box.
So can I have
so
a
that-
motion to approve the schedule as proposed?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and if we need to amend it, we will do that. Do we need to, can we defer the Cataldo enforcement order till the next meeting?
It's literally just, they planted the trees, they're done.
Okay,
So they're good. They've planted what they needed to plant, so they should be all set with their enforcement order.
okay. Minutes for October 23rd, 2024. Have people had a chance to review the meeing minutes?
They look
Yes.
fine.
Yep, look fine.
Problems.
Okay, I did have 2 minor modifications, on page 3, under the unnumbered Boston Road parcel, when it talks about, Harold took 3 soil samples and discussed the results. I just want to add the words, which confirmed the wetlands delineation, so that it's clear that there was no need to change. And on page 5, under the Park Run discussion, there was a redundant A, but also in the sentence where it said, it was decided that an additional discussion needed to be held with more information. I added the words "and public participation," because I think that was part of what we were getting at. That it wasn't just our say-so.
Sounds good.
Can I have a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.